sekolah dasar terus melakukan berbagai terobosan untuk mengembangkan kemampuan sumber daya dosen dan tenaga kependidikan agar dapat memberikan layanan yang bermutu dan memfasilitasi kebutuhan seluruh mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan keterampilannya. Program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar mengambil peran untuk menghasilkan pendidik, peneliti pemula dalam bidang sekolah dasar, pengelola pendidikan, hingga edupreneur yang mampu melihat peluang dari berbagai sisi. Hal ini tentu terarah pada peningkatan kualitas pendidikan mulai dari jenjang sekolah dasar. Berbagai upaya dilakukan program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar untuk memfasilitasi mahasiswa dalam memperoleh informasi yang lengkap dalam setiap mata kuliah. Di antaranya, menyediakan ruang baca yang nyaman dengan koleksi referensi buku, jurnal ilmiah, skripsi, tesis, dan disertasi. Mahasiswa bebas mengakses layanan ruang baca di kampus pendidikan guru sekolah dasar, serta ruang baca secara online dengan koleksi buku yang telah dikemas dalam bentuk electronic book. Menampung lebih dari 100 orang mahasiswa secara bersama. Ruang baca program studi perkuliahan, ruangan baca skripsi hasil karya mahasiswa, dan jurnal-jurnal ilmiah baik nasional maupun internasional. Sedangkan ruangan ketiga berisi tesis dan disertasi untuk keperluan karya ilmiah mahasiswa.
Tes 1, 2.
Kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada Bapak Rektor Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi MSc MSc. Dan kami ucapkan selamat datang juga kepada Ibu Nana Yuliana PhD as the Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia, Houston, United States of America.
Ya, Assalamualaikum.
Prof.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ya, sehat Bapak?
Sehat Pak?
Ya, alhamdulillah sehat. Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah.
Terima kasih Bapak sudah bersedia.
Ya.
Ini sepertinya Ibu Nana mungkin sudah siap juga nih Prof. Beliau sudah masuk itu.
Oke.
Siap itu.
Dari please start.
Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we start this event, as the appreciations for your participations on this international conference, we will present traditional dance from South Borneo, Baksa Kembang Dance. Tari Baksa Kembang merupakan tarian klasik Kalimantan Selatan. Tarian ini diambil dari hikayat Lambung Mangkurat yang menggambarkan para bidadari yang turun dari kayangan untuk menapung tawari sebuah kapal prabayaksa yang ditumpangi oleh Pangeran Suryanata yang kandas di Pambatanan. Tari ini ditarikan oleh para gadis Banjar. Pada saat ini, tarian ini digunakan untuk menyambut para tamu yang datang di bumi Lambung Mangkurat Kalimantan Selatan sebagai tanda penghormatan dengan harapan mendapatkan keselamatan dari Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Sorry, because of the problem of the connections. We will start the Baksa Kembang dance about 2 minutes later. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Honorable the Speaker on this international conference, Mrs. Nana Yuliana PhD, Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia, Houston, United States of America. Maiden TNI Juwondo, Taji Pimnas Lemhanas Republik Indonesia. Profesor Datuk Dr. Sufyan Hussein from University College Fairview, Malaysia. Mr. Professor Dr. Sutarto Hadi Emeza MSc from Lambung Mangkurat University, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Lo Sao Chong SAP from University of Malaya, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Bambang Budi Wiono MPD from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Husaini Usman MPD from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Mr. Dr. Aminuddin Prahatama Putra MPD from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Indonesia. Mrs. Bokhra Ederoy from Morocco. Mrs. Katarzyna Krajewska from Poland. Mrs. Ruth Chaykivska from Ukraine. Honorable Vice Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education's Lambung Mangkurat University, Coordinator Program, Development Team, Secretary, Lecturer, and Participant on this event. Peace be upon you. Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to this Zoom meeting for the first International Conference on Innovation, Creativity, and Educational Technology on Elementary School 2020, Revolution Instructional Strategy for the Society 5.0, held by Elementary School Teacher Education's Lambung Mangkurat University, Indonesia. This conference to bring together academia, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers who are responsible for the developing the quality of elementary educations with the innovations, creativity, and technology. Excellency, participants, ladies and gentlemen, sing the national anthem of Indonesia.
Siap.
Ladies and gentlemen, to ask for blessing from First International Conference on Innovation, Creativity, and Educational Technology on Elementary School 2020, we would like to invite you to pray together. The prayer will be guided by Mr. Dr. Andas Asrani, M.Pd. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah kita untuk memulai acara ini dengan sama-sama memanjatkan puji syukur kepada Allah SWT dengan berdoa. Bagi yang muslim, doa akan saya pandu, dan yang muslim untuk bisa menyesuaikan. Amin amin ya Allah ya Rabbal Alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim wa barik ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama barakta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, lapangkanlah dada kami, mudahkanlah segala urusan kami, dan lancarkanlah acara-acara dan kegiatan kami. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami berkumpul di tempat ini, di forum ini adalah untuk bersilaturahim dalam rangka mengikuti atau melaksanakan seminar internasional, First International Conference in Innovation and Technology at Early Childhood dengan tema Revolution Instructional Strategy for the Society 5.0 at Early Childhood. Memohon ridho, hidayah, dan rahmat-Mu agar kami dapat diberikan kemudahan untuk memahami dan melaksanakan apa-apa yang telah disampaikan, diberikan oleh para narasumber, dan diberikan kemampuan pula untuk melaksanakannya. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, kami mohon agar ilmu, wawasan, dan pengalaman yang disampaikan oleh para narasumber bermanfaat bagi kami dalam rangka menjalankan tugas dan kewajiban kami, baik sebagai pendidik maupun tenaga kependidikan dan mahasiswa yang profesional, menjadikan mahasiswa kami menjadi tenaga pendidik yang amanah, yang profesional, digugu dan ditiru. Ya Allah, ya Rabb, kami mohon kiranya kegiatan ini memberikan energi dan semangat bagi kami untuk menjadikan program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar dan pendidikan guru PAUD ini berkemajuan yang terbaik, unggul, dan berdaya saing. Ya Allah, ya Rabb, ampuni dosa-dosa kami, dosa-dosa dan kesalahan kami, dosa-dosa kesalahan kedua orang tua kami, dan kesalahan-kesalahan para guru pemimpin kami. Ya Allah, subhanallah, wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Ya Allah, kabulkanlah permohonan kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, we would like to say thank you very much for the participations, the academia, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers from Indonesia. And the special thanks for the participant, the academia, researchers, and practitioners from the country, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Japan, Morocco, Poland, Ukraine, and Timor-Leste. And we would like to say thank you very much for the participations, the academia, researchers, and practitioners from Nangro Aceh Darussalam, Sumatera Utara, Sumatera Barat, Riau, Jambi, Sumatera Selatan, Bengkulu, Lampung, Kepulauan Riau, DKI Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, Jawa Timur, Banten, Bali, Nusa Tenggara Timur, Kalimantan Barat, Kalimantan Tengah, Kalimantan Selatan, Kalimantan Timur, Sulawesi Utara, Sulawesi Tengah, Sulawesi Selatan, Sulawesi Tenggara, Gorontalo, Sulawesi Barat, Maluku, and Papua. Thank you so much for your participations on First International Conference on Innovation, Creativity, and Educational Technology on Elementary School 2020. Hope we can get more knowledge from this event because we present the best speaker from more profession and more background to share how to make revolution instructional strategy for the society 5.0 with the perspective based on their country. Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the opening speech delivered by Director of Lambung Mangkurat University. We would like to request Director of Lambung Mangkurat University to officially open the first International Conference on Innovation, Creativity, and Educational Technology on Elementary School 2020, Revolution Instructional Strategy for the Society 5.0. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi, MSI, MSc. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa Maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Excellency, Madam Ambassador Nana Yuliana, PhD, invited speakers, Professor Dr. Sufyan Hussein, Professor Dr. Lutz Cheong, Professor Bambang Budiwiono, and other speakers from other countries. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciation to the organizing committee for conducting this prestigious international conference. I do believe that this international conference will widen our knowledge and horizon about innovation, creativity, and technology in elementary education. So I do hope that we will take benefit from this international conference. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to the study program of elementary education of Lambung Mangkurat University and university partners from Malaysia for conducting this international conference by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially this international conference open. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the next agenda, we would like to invite you to capture the moment of togetherness on this international conference. To all our participants, the speakers, and the committee, please open your camera for about a minute. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear speaker presentations, which will be delivered by MPD. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agus. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I am Mulan Aulia Aziza as a moderator in today's international conference. Let us open this conference by first expressing our praise and gratitude to the very merciful God, the Honorable Rector, Vice Rector, all top management, invited speaker, distinguished guests, and all participants. Welcome to the first international conference on innovation, creativity, and educational technology on elementary school. Today, for the first speaker, we invite the one of expertise. Before we start this conference, let us see first speaker profile. Ma'am Nana Yuliana, PhD.
Consul General Nana Yuliana has been serving her duties as the Consul General since September 2017. Prior to her position as Consul General, she was the Director of Mid-Career Diplomatic School at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. From 2008 to 2015, she was the Counselor of Economic. She is Indonesia's top diplomat for the Southeast U.S., affairs at the Embassy of Indonesia in Bangkok, and permanent representative of Indonesia to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. Her bachelor's degree was English Education from Institute of Teachers Training in Jakarta. She pursued her master's degree in Applied Linguistics for Macquarie University in Sydney, Australia. Her bachelor's degree was English Education from Institute of Teachers Training in Jakarta. She pursued her master's degree in Applied Linguistics for Macquarie University in Sydney, Australia, and International Studies from University of Indonesia in Jakarta. She completed her doctoral degree in Development Studies from the University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines in 2006. Please welcome and give a big hand for Mrs. Nana Yuliana, PhD.
Hello. Hello. Can everyone?
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
I can hear
All
you.
right. Okay. Right.
We
Can
can
everyone
hear
hear me?
clearly.
Central Java.
Okay. She is our first speaker, Nana Diana PhD. Since 2017, she has been able to represent Indonesia. From 2017, she has been first 2017 US to represent Indonesia. She was born on July and in 2013 and on City in Australia of
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello?
Filipina on
Test. Test.
studies program. She became a teacher of elementary school, lecturer in private university, and on the top of that, she ever became the youngest
Can everybody
dean
hear
of
me, please?
National University. Today, she will deliver very interesting materials. It's about comparative education between Indonesia and the US and the future of education in US post-COVID-19.
Okay. All right. Good morning in Jakarta, and then also good evening in Houston. I hope everyone can hear me. If you cannot hear me, please write in a chat. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Professor Sutarto Hadi, and also the speakers of Conference on Innovation, Creativity, and Educational Technology in Elementary School. This is an honor for me as a Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia in Houston to share with you what I observed regarding the elementary school and also the basic school education, especially in United States. I've been serving as a Consul General of Indonesia in Houston since 2017, but next week I will be transferring to Havana as Indonesian ambassador in Cuba. But of course, with my background as a teacher before I joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, before I become the diplomat, I was an elementary school teacher as well, teaching English education like everyone in this Zoom. So I'm not quite detailed about the elementary school, but I just would like to share my overall overview about the education in United States. I will ask my staff, Alfani, to share my PowerPoint presentation. All right. So this is my presentation regarding the revolution instructional strategy for the society 5.0. If you look at this, the previous one, if you look at this building, this is our office in Houston. And please look at the map of United States. Houston is located in the south of United States. And my working area is from New Mexico until Florida. I think everyone knows about Florida, including also Puerto Rico and US Virgin Island. Ini suaranya Eko ya? Yeah. Okay. Next, please. Right. This is the education in the United States. The system of education in the United States, it is controlled by a state level and also local level. So the budget for education in United States is around 64 billion US dollar. Compare with Indonesia, we only have 508.1 trillion rupiah, which is 20% of our APBN. According to the 10th Amendment, this is the US regulation, federal doesn't really have a full responsibility for education, but it is the state and local matter. So meaning that if we compare with Indonesia, the provincial level and also the the region level is the one who responsible in United States for the curriculum, for the assessment, for everything regarding the teachers and also the evaluation for the students. So it's a bit different system compared than in Indonesia. In the state level, a state board of education is headed by a commissioner. So they call it a commissioner of education. This commissioner atau komisi, komisi pendidikan di level state. This commission is the one who set the common policy and the minimum standard for public school within the state, including also giving the certification for teachers and also deciding opening new schools. And then there is also the local level. So the county level or the district level. This one is below the state level. There is a school board. Jadi there is a board, there is a dewan untuk related with the education, and this board is the one who will choose for the curriculum, for hire the teachers, and also managing the budget. So again, the federal level doesn't have any relation a lot to the education, but it is the state level and also the local level. Next. Now, let's see how much the budget provided for the education. K-12 is kindergarten. K is from kindergarten until grade 12 education funding. 47% of the funding is from state, from province, if it is in Indonesia, and 45% is from the local revenue. It is from district. So here in the United States, every house, they also pay for the school tax. Even though you don't have school children, but they will charge the tax, including also the school tax in every house in the United States. Most of the schools is free, so the student don't pay any penny, any money for going to a public school. But of course, there are also private schools. And then if you look at the chart here, the preschool or kindergarten is until age 5, and then continue with elementary school for 5 years until the age of 10. And then it goes to middle school, the junior high school for 3 years, and then the high school for 4 years. Then they divide it into primary school. And then from year 6 until year 12, it goes to secondary school. Maybe Panitia can help me because the sound is echoing in my side. Okay, so please help me. Panitianya tolong bantu ya. Ini suaranya echoing, so please help me with that.
But in this here, it's so clearly, ma'am.
Oh, okay, good.
Your voice is very clear here. It's okay. No problem.
Oh, thank you so much. No problem. Okay, so the problem in my side probably. Yeah. All right. So, all the world is looking at the United States as the what do you call it, as a standard of education. there are over 3,500 higher education institutions in the United States, and half of them are private. So if we talk about higher education, we talk about college and university. Yeah. Private universities are totally independent. They rely on student tuition and also donation from businesses and also from alumni. So Pak Rector, if you want to grow your university, I think business people should be engaged and also alumni should be engaged. So they will also support the technology, the advancement of curriculum, and etc. for the university. Next slide, please. Okay, now I try to compare between US and Indonesian comparison. This is based on the year. Based on the year 3 to 4 years old, Indonesian students only 17% out of the population, while the United States, they send their students to kindergarten, yeah, from 3 to 4 years, around 64%. While for 5 to 4 year old students, yeah, Indonesia is on 94%, while United States on 96%. And then if we look at again the secondary school, 15 to 19 years, we are lower than United States. United States is 80% for that. And then also for the 20 to 29 years old, 27% from United States going to school and then enrolled in formal education, while in Indonesia is only 10%. Okay, this is again the US and Indonesia comparison. 72% is upper secondary education for Indonesia, yeah, while for the United States is if you look at here, higher education is 42%, upper secondary education is 4%. How the SDM, the human resources in United States is in terms of education, they are more on higher education and also on the upper secondary education. Right. Record the speakers and also the purpose of this forum. They have what we call by National Board for Professional Teaching Standard. I know that a lot of us participants are from PGSD, probably from Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar. So I used to be a teacher also. I taught at the third class. I taught English in elementary school until the sixth grade of elementary school at that time. But I had a very great experience while I was teaching when I was a student, of course, of IKIP Jakarta. At that time, they call it IKIP Jakarta, Institute of Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan. Now they call it UNJ, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. So, and then after that, I become a diplomat, joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. National Board is an instructional strategies encompass any type of learning technique a teacher uses to help students learn and gain a better understanding for the course material. And this board also allows teachers to make the learning experience more fun and practical. So learning should be fun. Otherwise, for teachers, of course, to be to teach the students, because you have to make your own creativity and innovation so that the student will be happy to stay in class. And especially during this pandemic COVID, United States also suffer because of this COVID, especially the education and also the teachers and also the students. And in the United States, the National Board for Professional Teaching Standard has developed standard for teaching various subjects at a different grade level. So this is not a government body. This board is actually like a non-profit organization to improve the teaching standards, so teachers itself. Next. Right. So in terms of curriculum, the curriculum in United States differs from one state to another state. It also differs from one district to another district. There is an approach what they call by differentiation approach. So when we talk about strategy, I think strategy for instructional in the society 5.0, the first one you have to look at the difference of need from one student to another students. Every person is different. Every person also has their own mind. They have their own experience. And then it is a challenge for the teacher to understand a different way and to approach in a different way. It's not easy for that because we use, but that is a challenge we have to treat individually differently. So differentiation instruction is a kind of a future for Indonesia, I believe, to look at the different need of students to be developed. The second thing, in United States, most of elementary students, they learn three things. What are the three things? Writing, reading, and science. That's the most emphasis for elementary students. When they go to the higher level, meaning to secondary class, then they will add with math. So math is mostly very easy to learn in class 1 until class 5. But starting class 5 to class 12, they start to learn math. That's why if the Indonesian students transfer to the United States, the level of math is higher compared than the United States students, compared than the American students, because they put emphasis on writing, reading, and science before learning math. Yeah, very intensively. The second thing was cooperative learning, meaning that the students given a chance to work cooperatively with other students. They will do in a group learning. They do a cooperation between one student to another student, because the students during that age is during the basic education, social capacity skill. Yeah, so they give a lot of emphasis on cooperative learning with others, learning with other students, learning also to see another students, another one, so it becomes a big picture, because they come from a different background of family. They come also from a different background of economy. So to invent, because now during this time, a lot of information in Google, in Wikipedia, in a lot of resources from the internet that you can get. So the students are challenged to get information from there. It's really an effective for the students to learn by asking questions, by investigating something by their own. Yeah, I think this is a challenge of the teachers, how to ask the students, how to challenge the students so they can inquiry by themselves through the open sources. Other things that might be very helpful is actually starting to create a culture of digitalization of learning, because a lot of resources now that are available, as I mentioned earlier, probably you can also introduce the students with a graphic organizer. Graphic organizer, it means, for example, you challenge the students in Indonesia at the 4-year or the 5th year or the 6th year students giving what is the strength of Indonesia. Then they try to make a kind of, I don't know, a fishbone, the population, we have big population, we have abundance of resources, my family is like that. So they try to make something, they present something very effectively. So we can teach from early like year 4, year 5, or year 6, and then also to secondary school, how to think effectively. The problem of our students when they go abroad, they explain things like, you know, making a circle. There is no focus and there is no straight to the point. Yeah, we go to the circle, not going to straight to the point what you want to say. So if the teacher can help the students to make a kind of a graphic organizer, yeah, for example, we have how to grow paddy or rice field in the rice field. Okay, first we need the paddy, we need the fertilizer, we need the farmers, petani perlu, and so it's from their own daily life, but they try to make it systematically. So one day when you ask them to present in front of the class, they know how to make it very effectively. So those are the 4 strategies that I think might help the students from the beginning. Yeah, so because our students, Indonesian students here, they are not behind other American students, but we have to make sure that here Indonesian students compete very hard with the Chinese student, with the Indian students. The Chinese students, they are very good at science, math, finance, business, etc. Indonesian students, mostly they study about social science, but some, of course, they start to study engineering, math, science, etc. But compare that Chinese student and Indian students, mostly they study math, they study also IT. Yeah, IT is their strength, beside computer engineering, and also what is that? IT and medical science. Yeah, medical science. We have only a small number of Indonesian students study in the US, especially for medical science or IT or engineering. Compare than Chinese student or Indian students. Yeah. Okay, next. Now, in the United States, if you want to be a teacher, yeah, you need to have a teacher certification. For example, my background for my bachelor degree is math, or my background is studying biology. I'm not from educational background. So you can go to bachelor degree of biology. You can take a bachelor degree in math, in other subject, but then you have to take a teacher certification after that if you want to be a teacher. So a teacher is a very prestigious place in the United States, and all states require certified teachers to hold a bachelor's degree, and more states now require candidates to hold a master degree. This is for elementary school. They already ask for master degree. Besides, you have a teacher certification. But there's also a department or a faculty that also offer educational department when you start from the beginning for as a bachelor degree. Next. This is for elementary and middle school certification. Elementary school teaching credential are actually for generalists. So you study everything and you can be an elementary school teacher. But for middle school teachers, if you want to be a teacher for grade 7, for example, then you have to start to focus what do you want to teach. Whether you want to teach biology, you want to teach business, you have to take that subjects. And then you have to get some, besides certification, then get also the subjects to teach, for example, for class 7 or class 8 or class 9 is a different way of methodology and also the substance of the subject itself. And also early childhood teacher certification usually includes kindergarten through grade 3. Elementary teacher certification usually includes kindy until grade 6, and middle grades is until from grade 5 until grade 9. And then there is another one, secondary teacher certification. Go on. This is a teaching certificates and endorsement secondary education. And since in United States, No Child Left Behind Act. There is an act, No Child Left Behind. And the teachers who are interested in teaching older students, they must prove that they are highly qualified to teach the subjects they do. Yeah. And then generally an undergraduate major meets the requirement of a teaching endorsement. However, you have also to take a specific courses and also an exam. So there is a secondary teacher certification with math endorsement, secondary teacher certification with a science endorsement, and also with a history endorsement. And the subjects are not so many in the United States. You don't learn so many subjects, and the rest because it will meet your own demand, the students' need. So the need of the students is the one that the teacher will focus itself. Next. Okay, this is another certification for a specific subject. Some teaching careers are more subject focused than age focused. For example, for reading specialists, there's a speech therapist. There's also a school counselor. I think this is almost the same. With Indonesian, we have a kind of a counselor to help the students who face the problem in learning, and they also have the structure of the school district. Teacher certification also from kindergarten to grade 12, and then for reading. Special education is actually for a student who need a special attention, including also for disability students. And then there is a reading specialist to help the students to be able to read. And also in a school, there's also a school nurse. So you can be a nurse here. You can be a nurse itu apa? Bahasa perawat. Yeah, you can go to a nursing school, but you don't work in a hospital. You want to work in the school to help the students in their health problem. Yeah. Okay. Next. what happened during COVID? During COVID, I think it's not only in the United States, in Indonesia, in the global world, they face a really challenging time for the school and also for the students, because especially during the peak of COVID since March until August or September. That is a very hard time for the school. The students goes to school through Zoom, so they use Zoom to learn, and there is a COVID funding to support the students. You can look at the chart here, not the chart, the presentation. 30.7 billion is for education stabilization fund, and for higher education, for kindy until 12th grade schools, and also 3 billion for governors to spend. You know, those are the government spending to support the school that face challenges. Mostly is for IT and also for the student who have disadvantages family background. The school will get fund from the federal government for IT, for the connection, and also for iPad. So all the students can get access for the learning. Yeah, is quite challenging in Indonesia, I believe, because I have some relative in Jakarta. They have to have a cell phone to study, which is very small. But here, the school will provide, will lend them a kind of a laptop and also an iPad for the students to use. There is after COVID, not after. Actually, this is still, because if you look at the numbers of United States, US has the highest number of COVID impacted compared than other countries. So school also developed. This is already open. Some state already open. My grandson already goes to school now. He goes to the first year of elementary school, and he goes to school already. And they develop a hybrid learning. Hybrid learning, it means that half of the students study in class, and half of the students study at home, and they do alternatively. Meaning one day the students goes to school, the next day the students stay and work, study from home, and then the following way it is always like that. One day in school, one day at home, but they still study. Yeah, they still continue their study. There is also what they call synchronization studying, which means the teacher already pre-recorded the teaching. So all the teaching material, what the teacher wants to say, the assignment, the homework and everything, the teacher already talks on the video, and then they give to all the students, and then the students have to submit the assignment, the homework on a certain days. So that's what they call by synchronization of teaching. Next. This is if you look at the map of United States, from NM is New Mexico until Florida. That's the whole of my working area. No close of school at the moment. In Texas, where I live now, yeah, is already ordered open. The blue color is open. Texas, Arkansas, Florida, and what is IA? Iowa is already open, and the rest, the yellow color, partial closure in effect. Partial closure meaning some are going to school, some are still staying at home. So this is a map, because as I said at the beginning, the school is decided by the state. So the state will decide whether the students go to school or not. The curriculum will be decided also by the state. Yeah, they always use a data to decide which curriculum there should be emphasis, because every year the district and the state, they have a kind of assessment. Which district that the student fail, whether it is fail in math or in science or in reading or in other subjects. And then there is a special group intervention from the district, intervention from the state, and then there is a special group in the school itself to help the students to master. So it's a mastery level is the one who the teachers should do, so the students are able to cope with all the problems they face. So this is all my presentation. I hope it will give an overview. I'm not a teacher directly, but I'll ask my colleague who is a teacher. There is one Indonesian American who teach in elementary school here. So I had a conversation with her, and that is what I have. And also I try to do from searching from the internet as well as from my own observation. Pak Rector, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share what I know. I hope it will give a benefit and give a horizon for everyone who joined this first forum. Thank you so much.
Yes, anytime, ma'am. Thank you. And next to the Q&A for all the participants, you can please don't hesitate to ask anything to the first speaker, Ma'am Nana Yuliana, PhD.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear very good.
And you can write the question by chat in this room or chat privately to us in English or Indonesian. We will help you translate it. Okay, ma'am, there is one question chat privately with us. The first
Ibu Wulan, I cannot hear what you say. Maybe you have to use a microphone or close to the speaker. But maybe
okay.
if there is a question through chat.
Do you hear me? Yes, okay. We have a questions from chat privately with us. And the first question is, this is interesting question. Can we compare Indonesia and US? Even though we know that Indonesia is developing country while US is developed country. And how we can do to improve Indonesian education?
Okay. Well, of course, education from one country to another country is different. We have to look at the capacity and where this country will go after 5 years or after 10 years. Yeah. We have to look at also what is the need of the students. Yeah. But then we have to learn that in the United States, as I said earlier, creativity and then giving also the students to search by themselves, is giving them a freedom to find themselves is a big emphasis. I believe in education in Indonesia. Probably you do already like that, because we already improve a lot of methodology in our teaching. So our math is strong enough compared than the United States. In terms of math, in terms of science, in terms of technology, United States is very strong on that area. But of course, there are other areas that Indonesia is very strong, mostly about character. So here in public school, they don't teach religion. They don't teach like Pancasila and all those things. But the character is transferred through example, through discipline, and then also through the exercising, like group exercise, team building, etc. Like.
Okay,
Thank
thank you, ma'am. And next questions from our coordinator study program, Ma'am Nur Hafizah. She as you said in your presentation that every state different curriculum. How to measure the quality of student in national level?
Okay. There is what they call standardized tests. But the standardized test, it is not to make the students fail. It is just a data driven to decide what the government can interfere to help the students to reach the standard. Yeah, so it is not deciding whether this student fail or not. Yeah, the standard is only a data collection to overview what kind of intervention in terms of policy, in terms of budget, in terms of teachers' quality, so that the federal government can help for that. Or the state also will have an assessment every year to help which district, which is very weak. So it is for policy recommendation, because every policy is based on the data, and the standardization, they need the standardization, and they need that so that they can interfere through the policy, through the budget that will be given, but not to make the students fail or not. That's the difference. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. And next question from Diani Ayu Pratiwi. In USA, do school board in local level, are they make curriculum? If yes, it means every state are possible different curriculum.
Yes, in every state it's possible to have different curriculum. In the university also is a different curriculum, because if it's all the same, why should I go to this university? So like in Texas, Texas is very strong in energy, oils, gas. Yeah. So the university here produce a lot of energy engineer, mechanical engineer, oil, petroleum engineering, to support the companies which is having the office, the headquarters in Texas. They don't have to go. But in Indonesia, for example, if you want to study technology, you will go to Institute of Technology Bandung. You will go to other, but for example, in Kalimantan, in Balikpapan, for example, the strength is on gas and oil.
Yes.
Why don't in Kalimantan you focus, for example, for energy, and then also for forestry? So you don't have to go to ITB to study, or to UGM to study, but that university can be used as a source when the company, for example, PT Badak, need the people to work. Then you can hire from the universities. Investors, foreign investors will invest in our province. They will check, what about the infrastructure? What about human resources? Should they get from outside of the province, or can they get it directly from the university? So the link and match is very important. Other thing, what the university is doing here, the students are asked to do internship. So internship is a must before they work in a company. Another thing that I think the universities should learn is the power of apa namanya kalau yang setiap semester itu bukan intensif bukan OPT, ada another one, there's another one, bukan magang, there's another one, every summer volunteer, they have to do volunteer every summer. There's oh my God, they have to do volunteer in a society because summer school they have a holiday for 2 months. So the university will ask them to go to do volunteer for 18 hours, for 30 hours, and you have to get a certificate for volunteer in the society. So I think, Pak Rector, this is a good thing that we need to do also. The students not only study in a university, so you can ask them also to do volunteer, so they know what is happening in the society, the challenge in the society. They can do volunteering in non-profit organization, in a mosque, in a church, in a lot of in food bank, even giving food to homeless here. And then that company or that NGO will give a certificate that this person has done a volunteer for 18 or for 30 days. So the power of volunteerism for the community, and also the power of internship, so they are familiar for the work culture before they go to the real work. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
There is another thing with the chat. Right. Yes. Writing, reading, and science. Yes. I think I already explained about that. Reading, science, writing is very important. But I don't know what else you want to know about that. They don't learn so many subjects in elementary school. There is the emphasis, and then when they start in a secondary school, they try to study math in a very high level. Math in the elementary school is very simple. I told you that math in Indonesia is is much more apa namanya, higher level compared than the American students here. So if you have children and then they transfer here, our math students, if you send your students to class 3 or class 4 in elementary school, our student is better in terms of math compared than the American students.
Okay.
There is also from RAN, it's RAN. In the era of COVID, which is the most important between providing lesson, provide support to students affected by pandemic, is because of economic condition. Yeah, because a lot of factors. Economic condition is also a challenge. Because in Indonesia we have an extended family. Extended family, we can also have pembantu rumah tangga or assistant in the house. Here, during lockdown, yeah, people cannot go out. The husband cannot. Most of them who work in hospitality, like in restaurant, in hotels, in transportation, they lost their job, and they have to stay at home. When they lost their job, they are at home. The children also at home. Then, if they have a small house, that also create a psychological problem. A lot of cases of boredom, depression during the lockdown, and a lot of also KDRT, you know, the domestic violence rising numbers, because not all the American people, they are in a rich and live in a big house. There are also a lot of families, they live in a small apartment with 2 children, for example, and the parents are there, and then they have difficulties of economy. So it creates a lot of problems. Also, the depression, psychological problem, violence to the wife, the children also. So there's also a lot of problem that are faced by the family in United States during COVID. But now I think it's getting better. The restaurant already open, the school already open, the transportation is already there, and yeah, the economy is also slowly getting better in United States. I believe in Indonesia also the same thing. But vaccine is already started to distribute in United States. Mostly it is for the frontliners. Frontliners is meaning the health workers, the doctors, the nurses, and those who work in the hospital. And also will be given to the old people, 65 years old above. They will get the first vaccine to be injected in their body. Okay.
Okay, maybe our rector, Prof. Dr. Sutarto Hadi.
Probably
give a
one more
question.
question. Can I see from the chat?
Yes, from Arif Solahuddin.
Do university faculty has the policy to limit of teacher candidate? No. They need a lot of teachers here. There are a lot of teachers. United States need United States teachers from candidate. A lot of teachers and yeah, right. So I think we need to increase capacity of our teachers so they can also work in United States. But you have to from United States before you can but you know, from United States before.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And for Professor Sutarto Hadi, maybe you want to ask
think that's all,
something.
Rector. Thank you for
our
giving me the
university.
opportunity. Rector, infinity. I really appreciate that. This is very limited. Manfaat I know. Next Tuesday, I'll be ambassador of Indonesia in Cuba. So yes, that's what happened to me. Thank you, Pak Rector. That's what happened. Very pleased. Thank you to meet you, Rector, Pak, even through virtual.
Thank you.
Meet you. What happened even through virtual.
Yes. Education. Thank you so much for this.
Okay, if there is no question, maybe I think that's all. We can get many education, many knowledge from Ma'am Nana Yuliana. Thank you for your time. I can get a conclusion that in the US, most schools are public. It's about only 10% attend private school. And the differences of USA and Indonesia is 42% people in there continue to get higher education, while in Indonesia, only 8%. And standard level in USA, it's not to make student fail, but it just only data to overview what kinds would government do to gain standard level. We have to look for what is needed student in Indonesia, not to follow there. And thank you, ma'am, for your time, for Professor Sutarto Hadi. Thank you for your time and your kindness. And next for agenda, before we close the first session, our rector, Professor Dr. Sutarto Hadi, MSI, MSc, will give a certificate to Ma'am Nana Yuliana, PhD. Please, I leave it back to Mr. Agus as my MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Miss Wulan Aulia Aziza. Thank you so much for Mrs. Nana Yuliana, PhD, for the excellent presentations. And in the middle of your busy duty, you can give us your time on this international conference. On these occasions, we would like to give the certificate for Mrs. Nana Yuliana, PhD. We would like to invite Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University to give the certificate for Mrs. Nana Yuliana, PhD.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. This is virtual. Maybe you can say this is a virtual
Certificate.
handover certificate to Madam Ambassadors. Yeah, please accept this certificate for your sharing knowledge to our audience here in Indonesia and other countries. Once again, thank you very much for Madam Ambassadors. And I really appreciate your presentation. Again, this is knowledge, wider our horizon and also add our knowledge about the system of education in United States. Thank you so much. And I do hope that maybe in the future when you are in your office in Cuba, if you have time, I really want to visit United States and also other North American countries. Actually, I have been to United States several times, yeah. And also to Europe. But
I think you know better, Pak.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Rector, for the opportunity given to me to share with me in Pak. And then I'll be happy also and plenty time, Pak, also to connect you with the university and clients. They produce a lot of doctors, very worldwide. Happy to
Okay.
Correct.
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Please apologize me if I have to leave the room earlier, Pak Rector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Nana, terima kasih banyak dari
Terima kasih,
Agus.
Pak Agus. Yeah, thank you. Pak Agus Rifani, thank you for inviting me. Yes. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. Before we continue our agenda to the next speakers, Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi MSc, MSI, we will take a break for about 2 minutes to prepare the next presentations of our Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University. Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the speaker presentations, which will be delivered by Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi MSI, MSc. These sessions will be guided by moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and give a big hand for Miss Wulan Aulia Azizah, MPD. Time is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agus. Okay, now we continue to the second session. For our second speaker is the Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University. He is Professor Dr. Sutarto Hadi, MSI, MSc. He was born in Banjarmasin on March 31, 1966. He had graduated bachelor degree in Lambung Mangkurat University of Mathematics Education Study Programs and finished his master degree in Gajah Mada University and also in University of Twente, Netherlands. And he finished his doctoral degree also in University of Twente. As far we know, he had many inventions. We can call him Bapak PMRI Indonesia. Is that right, Bapak?
Yes, you're right.
And it is he invented the implementation of realistic mathematics education in Indonesia, and he also invented learning mathematics by on local context, or usually we call ethnomathematics. For this change, he will explain the material to sort the time to Professor Hadi. We can see the video profile Professor Dr. Sutarto Hadi. Let's see.
Professor Dr. Sutarto Hadi MSI MSc is the Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University. He was elected as Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University for 2014 to 2018 on first period, and he was elected as the Rector on second period for 2019 to 2024. Before, he was elected as fourth Rector Assistant for 2010 to 2014. Since 2018, he is also trusted as Deputy Chair of the Forum Rektor Indonesia. On 1999, he got the Master Science degree on Educational and Training System Design from University of Twente, Netherlands. On 2002, from the same university, he got the doctor degree on mathematics education with the dissertation Effective Teacher Professional Development for the Implementation of Realistic Mathematics Education in Indonesia. Mr. Sutarto Hadi started his career as the lecturer on Mathematics Education Program, Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Lambung Mangkurat University since 1991. Mr. Sutarto Hadi be the professor on Mathematics Education since October 2007. Conducting as a lecturer and academic during of his busy duty as a rector, Mr. Sutarto Hadi still active in conducting research. Conducting as a lecturer and academic during of his busy duty as a rector, Mr. Sutarto Hadi still active in conducting research, writing, and attending as a speaker at conference in national and international. In July 2016, Mr. Sutarto Hadi was a speaker at the ICMA 13 International Congress on Mathematics Education in Hamburg, Germany. Previously at the ICMA 12 in Seoul, South Korea.
Okay, this is the last. And for Dr. Prof. Sutarto Hadi, are you ready?
Yeah, yes, sure.
For the time for Dr. Sutarto Hadi MSI MSc, time is yours.
Okay, I hope I can finish my presentation in 1 hour, including question and answer. I would like to talk about mathematics education in elementary school. And as mentioned by Madam Ambassador previously, he mentioned that when Indonesian students study in US, the level of mathematics our mastery is higher than student in US. It is true, actually, because our curriculum impact emphasis on the content knowledge of mathematics at the higher level compared to other countries in the world, like United States and also in Europe. But the foundation of the knowledge of our student is not so solid compared to students from other countries. So I make a simple graph for this as explanation of this phenomenon. Ya, tadi Ibu Ambassador, Ibu Duta Besar mengatakan bahwa anak-anak Indonesia matematikanya itu lebih tinggi dibandingkan dengan anak-anak di Amerika. Karena ada yang menanyakan tentang perbandingan kurikulum di Indonesia dan di Amerika. Beliau mengatakan anak Indonesia itu lebih baik penguasaan matematiknya dibandingkan dengan anak-anak di Amerika, karena di sana matematik yang diajarkan adalah matematik yang sederhana, sementara kita lebih advance, ya, lebih tinggi, ya. Tapi menurut saya fondasi pemahaman matematik siswa kita itu tidak lebih baik dibandingkan dengan mereka. Jadi sebagai gambarannya begini, ya. Ini ada grafik sederhana, mungkin bisa dilihat, ya. Kemudian bisa nampak, ya, grafik ini kelihatan tidak, ya? Nah, jadi kalau kita lihat di grafik sederhana ini, ya, nah ini ada yang warna merah itu Indonesia, yang warna hijau itu adalah Amerika Serikat atau Eropa. Ini horizontal itu adalah waktu, ya. Ini vertikal itu mathematical level mereka. Jadi begini, Indonesia itu nampak tinggi di awal, ya, pemahaman matematiknya tinggi di awal, tapi sejalan dengan waktu penguasaan mereka semakin lemah. Jadi SMP kelihatan lebih tinggi, SMA, tetapi dasarnya tidak kuat. Sehingga pada saat mereka masuk ke level yang lebih tinggi ke universitas, pemahaman matematiknya menjadi semakin menurun. Sementara di negara lain, di Amerika misalnya, memang agak landai. Jadi pemahaman matematik mereka itu rendah di awal. In the beginning, it's very simple, but the foundation is very solid. Dan mereka dengan pemahaman matematik yang kuat itu bisa terus belajar matematik ke level yang lebih tinggi sampai ke perguruan tinggi. So maybe this graph can explain the issue, the phenomenon just mentioned by Madam Ambassadors. So yeah, in fact, I do agree that the mastery of mathematical content of our student is higher compared to student in the United States. But again, we need a solid foundation in order to be able to learn mathematics to the next level, to junior high school, to senior high school, and also to university level. And the important thing is that not only we understand mathematics education and as an abstract subject, but also it is very important that mathematics is a tool to understand other subject. So some people say that mathematics is the queen of science as well as a servant of science. So the mastery of mathematics is important for students to study to the next level. So today, I would like to talk about this issue. So we have a project we call Pendidikan Matematika Realistik, as mentioned by moderators, that you call that I am maybe you can say that I'm the founding father of mathematics education, mathematics realistic education in Indonesia. It's okay, because I, with some colleges from other university in Indonesia, bring the idea of realistic mathematics education in school in Indonesia, especially in primary education. So let me start by showing my slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see clearly.
Okay, yeah, so the title of my presentation is Mathematics Learning Strategy in Elementary Education. Jadi strategi belajar matematik di sekolah dasar. So I organize my presentation as follow. So we'll start with the briefly explain about mathematics education in Indonesia, and then later I will talk about the coming of RMA, and third I will talk about reform strategy, teachers' role in PMRE dissemination, and also developing learning material, design of standard for PMRI, and then conclusion. So let me start with the history of mathematics education in Indonesia.
I interrupt you. Maybe you can turn off slideshow so we can see clearly.
Okay, let me find. Okay, is this okay?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. This is the organization again, and then this is I will start with this slide. So mathematics education in Indonesia. When we talking about mathematics education in our school, Indonesia, we start to the beginning of independence in 1945. So for 100 years, we are colonialized by Netherlands. So we are following the system of education conducting by the Netherlands government at the time. So at the early time of our independence, we still using mathematics from Netherlands. It is run until 1975. We call it rekenen en wiskunde. Actually, rekenen en wiskunde is the Dutch word. Rekenen mean berhitung or counting, and wiskunde mean mathematics. In 1975, we started introducing what we call modern mathematics, and this practice go until 1994. But there are many problems in implementing modern mathematics in the country, because we just adopting material from other countries, not adapting. Adapting means that we try to contextualize the material to be relevant to our student. But at the time, we just using the material. So many students in our country view mathematics as a difficult subject, because abstract presentation of this subject matters. And also, if we look at the national examination from year to years, our student achievement in mathematics is very low. Yeah, and because of that, in 1994, the government decided to back to counting, back to berhitung. Jadi kembali ke berhitung. Jadi sejak tahun 45 sampai 75 sebenarnya kita mewarisi sistem pendidikan Belanda. Ya, karena kita kan dijajah Belanda berapa ratus tahun itu, sehingga pada awal kemerdekaan kita menggunakan program yang sudah dijalankan oleh pemerintah Belanda, dan pelajaran matematik itu mulai dengan rekenen dan wiskunde. Rekenen dan wiskunde itu adalah bahasa Belanda, rekenen artinya berhitung, dan wiskunde artinya matematik. Tapi kemudian tahun 75 kita menerapkan yang disebut dengan matematika modern. Tapi banyak masalah yang muncul pada saat implementasi matematika modern ini di sekolah-sekolah di Indonesia. Matematik dianggap sebagai pelajaran abstrak, kemudian dari tahun ke tahun nilai matematika kita dalam ujian nasional selalu rendah. Ya, oleh karena itu pada tahun 1994 kita pemerintah memutuskan untuk kembali ke berhitung. So start think on 1994, the government decided to back to accounting, especially for the elementary education. And later on in 2000 until 2012, until now, I should say, the government trying to improve the quality of mathematics education practice in our school by introducing what we call problem-based mathematics instruction, including RMA. Actually, I graduated from the University of Netherlands in 2002, and then actually before I came back to Indonesia, we had introducing a realistic mathematics education idea to school, and then intensively after I come back from Netherlands in 2002, we have a project supported by Netherlands government and also by the Indonesian government, Ministry of Education and Culture, to disseminating problem-based math instruction, including realistic mathematics education in our school. So look at this archipelago, you know the complexity of implementing the innovation in the country. But mathematics is important subject. Looking at the theme of this international conference, there is one keyword at this theme, which is creativity. So mathematics subject, I think, is very important to develop student creativity and also systematic of thinking. So the coming of realistic mathematics education. So the theory of RMA, I will later on talking about the idea of this, the philosophy of RMA later on. But can say that RMA is considered as a promoting approach to improve mathematics teaching and learning. And several mathematicians and math educators set a plan at the time, I say, before I graduated from Netherlands, to adapt the theory. And 6 young masters were sent to Netherlands to PhD researchers and with topic on RMA. So including in these 6 young masters is myself. So others is lecturer from Medan, from Padang, from Palembang, and also from Malang and Bandung. So there are 6 young master, and then we graduate on 2002, and then back to Indonesia to disseminating realistic mathematics education. Jadi ini sebenarnya kedatangan matematika realistik itu ya, karena RMA itu dipandang sebagai suatu pendekatan yang menjanjikan untuk mengatasi persoalan kualitas pendidikan matematika di tanah air kan. Tadi saya sebut sejak zaman Belanda, kemudian awal kemerdekaan, pada saat pemerintah memperkenalkan matematika modern, banyak masalah yang muncul dalam praktek pendidikan matematika di Indonesia, terutama matematik dianggap sebagai pelajaran yang sulit, ya, jadi momok bagi mereka, dan juga tadi saya sebut nilainya juga selalu rendah setiap tahun dalam ujian nasional. Jadi beberapa orang matematikawan dan juga math educator membuat rencana untuk mengadaptasi suatu pendekatan baru, teori baru yang diharapkan mampu tadi mengatasi persoalan tersebut. Yang tadi di awal saya sedikit jelaskan grafiknya ya, dan disinggung oleh Ibu Ambasador tadi ya. Kemudian 6 orang master termasuk diri saya dikirim ke Belanda untuk mempelajari tentang realistic mathematics education. Itu 1 dari Bandung, dari Malang, Palembang, Medan, dan juga dari Padang, termasuk saya dari Banjarmasin. So this is the idea behind the implementation of realistic mathematics education. It's the new paradigm in mathematics education in our country. So currently we put emphasis on meaningful learning, yeah, because as mentioned earlier on, that mathematics considered as an abstract subject, this make the teachers hate learning mathematics, and also playful learning. Learning as an activity is very important. Yeah, if you want to invite students to love mathematics and then start by play. Yeah. Also student-centered instead of teacher-centered. The practice of mathematics teaching and learning in our school previously dominated by teacher-centered. Yeah, so teachers just explaining the idea of mathematics and then give practice and drill to students in order to master the content. so they are not to emphasis on student activity and also student-centered. But actually, it is very important to shift from teacher-centered to student-centered, and also flexible structure, and also given relevant competence for higher education and to enter work life. As I mentioned earlier on, the beginning, it is true that very high, the level of competency or the level of mathematics of our students in primary school is higher than compared to other country, but the foundation is not so good. So when they are learning mathematics at the next level, it is very fragile, very fragile. Jadi harus diakui memang bahwa matematik di kita itu di SD kelihatan tinggi, tapi rapuh, saya katakannya, rapuh ya. Rapuh artinya begini, ya mereka ketika belajar matematik ke level yang lebih tinggi itu mereka tidak kuat, nggak tahan mereka. Karena fondasi yang lemah tadi. Seperti kita membangun rumah lah. Kalau fondasinya kuat, nah rumah itu mau dibangun tingkat berapapun bisa kan. Nah tapi kalau fondasinya lemah, kita mau bangun yang tinggi bisa ambruk. Itulah kondisi. Makanya perlu memperkenalkan pendidikan matematika. This is the idea behind why we are introducing realistic mathematics education in the country. So the philosophy now we come to the RMA itself. So the philosophy of realistic mathematics education is based on the Hans Freudenthal view of mathematics. So according to him, mathematics should be considered as human activity. Children should be not viewed as passive receiver of ready-made mathematics, and children should be given opportunity to reinvent mathematics under the guidance of adults. And the invention process is developed through exploration of real world problem. So in one phrase, I can say this is the philosophy of realistic mathematics education. So the founding father of this theory is Hans Freudenthal. Hans Freudenthal is a mathematician. He has the double nationality, Netherlands and Germany, and actually he's a professor in mathematics, in topology, and also in what we call the analysis, mathematical analysis. So Hans Freudenthal has a grandchild, and he observed his grandchild when he learned mathematics, and he come to the belief that mathematics must be seen as human activity. Yeah, not to make them as a mathematician, but how to master mathematics by give them an opportunity to explore problem in mathematics, and should be connected to reality. This the beginning, the starting point of learning mathematics is by exploring problem, yeah, especially mathematical problem that's related to the context. It made easier for them to explore, and also this can develop their curiosity to learn more mathematics. So actually this is the philosophy. Jadi begini, jadi filsafat realistic mathematics education itu, pendidikan matematika realistik itu dimulai dari keyakinan dari Profesor Hans Freudenthal yang menyatakan bahwa matematika itu harus dipandang sebagai aktivitas, ya aktivitas manusia, human activity. Jadi begini, anak-anak tidak bisa dipandang sebagai penerima pasif matematika yang sudah jadi, yang sudah diolah. Nah itu yang membuat matematika menjadi abstrak, padahal pada kenyataannya kan tidak seperti itu ya. Oleh karena itu kita harus memberikan kesempatan kepada mereka, kepada anak-anak untuk menemukan kembali, to reinvent, itu menemukan kembali itu matematik di bawah bimbingan orang dewasa, dalam hal ini guru. Dan proses penemuan kembali itu harus dibangun melalui eksplorasi persoalan-persoalan dunia nyata. Tadi disebut sebagai persoalan kontekstual tadi kan. Nah, itu yang memudahkan anak-anak untuk bisa tertarik belajar matematik, karena ada soal-soal yang berkaitan langsung dengan konteks yang sebenarnya dalam kehidupan sehari-hari mereka hadapi begitu. Nah, ini dasarnya ya. Nah, kemudian juga di Indonesia ada suatu berkembang ya reformasi dalam bidang pendidikan matematik ya, Math Education Reform. The theory of RMA is considered relevant to the current thinking of education reform movement, particularly for the improvement of mathematics education. And the implementation of RMA is expected to contribute to the improvement of student achievement and performance in mathematics, as I mentioned earlier on in the beginning. Yeah. So this is idea actually why we are introducing this theory. Why RMA? Yeah. RMA actually not only implemented in Indonesia and also in the Netherlands, as the country first invented this theory, but also in USA, and also in South Africa and USA itself. I've been to USA, especially to Colorado University, because in Colorado University they have the Center for Realistic Mathematics Education, like Vredendal Institute in the Netherlands. So they have the Vredendal Institute in USA, and it is located at the University of Colorado in Boulder. I have been there and staying there for about 3 months, and then I learned how school in United States using realistic mathematics education books in their school. And the books, we call it Math in Context, yeah, Mathematics in Context, were developed by the expert of realistic mathematics in Netherlands, yeah, from Vredendal Institute in collaboration with the University of Wisconsin in USA, yeah. So other countries like South Korea and also the country in UK, several schools in UK, in South Africa and Portugal also use the idea of realistic mathematics education. And also why RMA? The second answer is the concept of RMA itself, mathematics as human activity and should be connected to reality. And we also would like to revitalize our mathematics curriculum. So we would like to emphasize on student active learning and also problem solving and application of mathematics. So this is actually 3 things that consider the weakness of mathematics practice in our school. Yeah, student passive learning. So we want to change this from student passive learning to student active learning, and also problem solving, and then application of mathematics, that we are actually very low in this aspect. So this is the 3 things that as the basic why we are starting to introduce realistic mathematics education in our country. In order to be successful in implementing and disseminating realistic mathematics education, and I developed what I call didactical framework of realistic mathematics education, or PMRI. PMRI stand for Pendidikan Matematika Realistik Indonesia. This is the adaptation of the RMA in Netherlands. So when we are talking about mathematics teaching and learning in school, the optimal goal, the end goal of mathematics teaching and learning is mathematical concept formation, right? So, jadi kalau kita bicara tentang pendidikan matematika, kita bicara tentang tujuan akhir. Apa tujuan akhir dari pendidikan pengajaran matematika di sekolah? The end goal-nya apa? The end goal-nya adalah mathematical concept formation, pembentukan konsep matematika. Is that right? Bukan begitu ya? Iya kan? Nah, sekarang bagaimana cara agar kita bisa membantu anak-anak membangun konsep matematika itu dalam dirinya, di dalam mainnya, sehingga mereka menguasai matematik. Nah, di dalam pendidikan matematika realistik, in realistic mathematics education, starting point is by giving student contextual problem. So, but not directly from contextual problem, and then we can develop student mathematical concept formation. Is that true? But we have a process. A process is through what we call horizontal mathematization and also vertical mathematization. Yeah. What is horizontal mathematization? Yeah, when we are giving student contextual problem, what is actually the idea behind this? The idea is we would like students to explore this defined mathematical concept, idea and concept by themselves. Is that correct? So we want to shift from student passive learning to student active learning. How? Give them problem, ask them to try to answer this problem, ask them to explore the problem by using what? Using their own knowledge, their own ideas. Maybe they can use their own graph, etc. This is what we call describing. So starting by giving them contextual problem, ask them to describe the problem, try to find the solution by themselves using their own notation and their own symbol. Give them again another contextual problem, ask them to describe, to find the solution by themselves. Again, yeah. So in the long run, make the solution more simple, the process more simple. So they make the problem is more easier and using what they call nearly likely a formal solution, but this is not formal. Again, it's not formal, but by guided by adults, by teacher in this aspect, they can make mathematical notation and then come to the algorithm. Now this is what we call formal mathematical system. When they come to the formal mathematical system, we call this as vertical mathematization. So we have horizontal mathematization and vertical mathematization, and then finally come to mathematical concept formation. But in the practice, see that the role of teacher is very important, very crucial. So the teacher not just give the lecture or just we call it just teaching the material and then giving practice. No, teachers should be a facilitator, so they help students to learn. So again, the teacher role is to develop learning environment, yeah, in school or outside classroom, in classroom or outside classroom, and then in this process, again, when we are giving them contextual problem, the first thing that we have to think is that the contextual problem should be relevant and should known by students. So the concept of relevance and familiarity is very crucial in this case. And then the contextual problem itself, the problem itself can trigger visual activities and interactivities. And then again, come to the contextual problem. This is the process, how to develop contextual problem and how to behave in the learning process in the school. So again, teacher as facilitator, giving a learning environment and then give student learning experiences, and then finally come to mathematical concept formation. As a whole, we call this didaktikal framework pendidikan matematika realistik Indonesia. Jadi ini adalah kerangka didaktik, ya, kerangka didaktik. Tadi saya sudah bicara tentang permasalahan pendidikan matematika di Indonesia di sekolah dasar, kemudian kita mencoba untuk menerapkan suatu pendekatan baru yang disebut dengan matematika realistik, ya. Kemudian bagaimana cara penerapannya di sekolah? Tentu diperlukan semacam kerangka didaktik. Saya membuat kerangka didaktik ini, ya. Nah, jadi dimulai dengan soal-soal kontekstual, kemudian anak-anak diminta untuk eksplorasi, menjelaskan dan mencari solusi masalah tersebut. Nah, ini disebut dengan matematisasi horizontal di sini nih, proses dari kontekstual, describing, solution ini ya, ini mungkin bisa dilihat dengan mouse saya ini kontekstual problem, uraikan, solusi itu namanya horizontal. Nah, dalam jangka panjang, ya, dalam jangka panjang kita harapkan mereka sampai kepada formal mathematical system. Nah, ketika mereka berangkat ke sini, ke atas, vertikal, ke formal mathematical system, itu kita sebut sebagai matematisasi vertikal. Jadi ada matematisasi horizontal, ada matematisasi vertikal. Nah, kemudian tentu saja mereka bisa membuat matematik, notasi matematik, sistem matematika formal, dan membentuk algoritma, dan itu sampai ke konsep formasi konsep matematik. Jadi tidak langsung kalau lihat dari panah tebal ini kan contextual problem ke konsep matematika formal kan, tidak langsung seperti, tapi ada proses, dan kemudian dalam prosesnya peran guru itu penting karena tadi di awal disebut bahwa pembentukan konsep itu melalui bimbingan orang dewasa, dalam hal ini guru kan. Nah, guru sebagai fasilitator, jadi dia membentuk lingkungan belajar untuk memberikan pengalaman belajar kepada siswa, dan peran kontekstual itu penting, tapi ada syarat. Syaratnya adalah bahwa kontekstual problem itu harus relevan, harus dikenal oleh siswa. Kemudian yang kedua adalah soal kontekstual itu harus dapat mendorong terjadinya aktivitas dan interaktivitas di dalam proses belajar matematik. Nah, itulah idea dari kerangka didaktik dari pendidikan matematika realistik ini. Oke ya, bisa dilanjutkan? Apakah cukup jelas atau saya terlalu cepat ini?
No, Prof, it is so clearly.
Okay, so I use double language. Sometimes I speak English and then sometimes I speak in Bahasa Indonesia. I know the audience is mostly Indonesian, so I suppose it is better to speak in Bahasa Indonesia so they can understand correctly the message that I want to deliver to the audience. Okay, and for the audience who cannot speak Bahasa Indonesia also can follow my presentation because I use slide in English. So this is the whole idea about realistic mathematics education. RME dealing with all the aspect, reality, mathematics, infrastructure, also learning child, and this aspect all connected each others. Ya. Jadi kalau kita bicara pendidikan matematika realistik, kita bicara tentang matematik itu sendiri, tentang realitas, tentang anak yang belajar, tentang infrastruktur pendukungnya, alat peraga, media, dan sebagainya. Dan itu semua saling terhubung ya, dan bisa dipahami. Kemudian analisis situationnya, tentu ketika kita membawa sesuatu yang baru, when we are bring new thing to Indonesia, and there are several things that have to consider. Yang pertama, ya, there is no reason to believe that Indonesian children are less gifted than children from other country. And there is no reason to believe that Indonesian teachers are less qualified and motivated than teachers of other countries. Jadi ini situasinya di Indonesia ini. Kayak saya kalau lihat itu ya, bahwa tidak ada alasan untuk meyakini bahwa anak-anak Indonesia itu kurang berbakat, kurang cerdas, kurang pandai dibandingkan anak-anak lainnya. Tidak ada alasan untuk mengatakan itu. Jadi artinya anak-anak Indonesia itu sama saja cerdasnya dengan anak-anak lain dari negara lain. Negara maju kah, negara berkembang kah, sama ya. Kemudian tidak ada alasan untuk meyakini bahwa guru-guru Indonesia itu kurang qualified dan kurang motivasi dibandingkan dengan guru negara-negara. Tidak ada alasan. Jadi artinya guru-guru Indonesia itu cukup qualified dan juga cukup motivasi untuk bisa ya berprestasi juga. Itu analisis situasinya. Nah, kemudian saya sampai ke idea iceberg. Iceberg ini gunung es, ya, gunung es. Gunung es itu, ya, itu terutama di daerah dekat kutub ya, yang nampak tuh di permukaan kecil ya, tapi sebenarnya floating capacity-nya itu ada di bawah. So the floating capacity of the iceberg is the part that is under the water, Ini yang besar, the biggest part of the iceberg is under the waters, and the floating capacity is in this below parts. Okay, this is top of the iceberg. So we make it simple. Kita buat lebih sederhana ya, memberikan gambaran. Ini adalah yang nampak di permukaan. Ini adalah air laut ya, air laut. Ini top of the iceberg. Okay. Nah, floating capacity mana? The floating capacity, as I mentioned earlier, is under the waters. Ini yang besar, di bawah air. Ya. Nah, tadi saya sebut, belajar matematika di Indonesia itu kan abstrak. Karena apa? Karena kita mulainya dari top of the iceberg, dari puncaknya. yang disebut sebagai ready-made matematika yang sudah jadi tadi. Ini sebenarnya top of the iceberg. Oh, ini simple sekali Pak, nggak ada masalah. Nggak ada masalah bagi you yang sudah kuliah. Tapi bagi anak-anak SD yang baru mengenal bilangan, sulit banget ini anak-anak SD kan. Nah, kita bicara tentang pendidikan matematik di sekolah dasar. Ini bukan hal yang sederhana ya. 47 plus 28 is very simple for university student or for senior high school student, but not easy for student in elementary education. So we should not start from this, but we should start from the floating capacity. This is the example from the book. I copy a mathematics book in Indonesia. Yeah, this is contoh bagaimana operasi hitung itu dituliskan di buku, dan ini banyak algoritma. Ya, 4.763 dikurang 1.847. Wah, ini bagi anak SD bikin mumet ya. It is very complicated for the elementary school student. And we give them algorithm to find the solution of this problem. 3 dikurang 7 nggak bisa, pinjam 1. Puluhan dari 60-an. Jadi 13, kurang 7 dapat 6. 6 dikurang 4 nggak bisa, itu sudah diambil 1, tinggal 5. 5 dikurang 4 nggak bisa. 5 dikurang 4, 1, oke. Nah, kemudian 7 dikurang 8, nggak bisa. Ambil 1 dari 4 ribuan, jadi 1.700. Ya, atau 17 ratusan dikurang 8 ratusan. Ya, begitu terus ya. Anak-anak disuruh menghafal algoritma seperti ini, belajar matematik. Yang ini membuat mereka menjadi sangat mekanistik. Jadi belajar matematik hanya mengikuti prosedur-prosedur algoritma, dan sayangnya itu dilakukan tanpa pemahaman, without understanding. That's the problem. So the student just following the algorithm, yeah, step by step. And student give this example. Student, please follow the procedure that I give to you. And after that, the teacher give the problem and ask them to solve the problem using the same procedure, using the same procedures without understanding. It's a pity, ya. Sayang sekali, itu masalahnya. Nah, jadi kesannya, ya, shouldn't have there in mind that mathematics an abstract subject, mathematics is difficult. So they hate mathematics subject at the end, ya. Nah, kalau kita menggunakan pendidikan matematika, if we use a realistic mathematics, we should not start from the top of the iceberg but starting from the foundation, the level, the basic foundation. So this is the different practice of mathematics teaching and learning in elementary school in Indonesia compared to practice of mathematics teaching and learning in school in Netherlands. So this is the difference. So in Netherlands, we start from mathematical word orientation. So this is fun for student. Ya. Jadi menyenangkan buat anak. Kemudian using model material. After that, we are building stone using number relation. All of this is floating capacity. So we start from this and then finally come to the formal notation. This is what we call horizontal mathematization, and when we come to the formal mathematical system, we come to the vertical mathematization. So algorithm come later, come at the end. Ya, jadi algoritma itu datangnya belakangan. Jadi setelah mereka memiliki fondasi yang kuat, pemahaman yang bagus, baru mereka sampai ke formal system. Jangan dibalik, jangan formal system dulu. Ini membuat matematika jadi sulit for student, it's difficult for student. They hate mathematics. But when you learn mathematics by playing, discussing, exploring, sometimes they learn mathematics outside classroom, not always in the classroom, make mathematics fun for them. So this can develop creativity. The technology is here also. The role of technology. So there are 5 success factors for the implementation. Implementation should start at classroom level, at the teacher-student interaction, and also at the class cooperation between teacher and principal. All stakeholders are the owner of the chain. Cooperation between all stakeholders must as child activity, playing with curiosity, as I mentioned many times in the previously, and personality. We need people who has the vision to improve mathematics practice in our school. Not only teacher, but also lecturer, university professor, and also others factors, other people like Ministry of Education, local office of education in provincial level, district level, and so on. So actually, this is a collaboration among people, yeah, not only one actors, many actors involved in this process. So reform strategy, when and our team disseminating the idea of realistic mathematics education, we have several strategy. The first is bottom-up implementation. This is not the top-down policy, but bottom-up implementation, because innovation cannot just be pointed or just give to the teacher to be done in the school, but should start from their own belief, ya, dengan keyakinan mereka sendiri, their own belief to find that this idea is prospective in order to improve the mathematics teaching and practice, teaching and learning in our school, and material and framework based on and developed through classroom research, teacher being actively involved in design, investigation, and developing associated material, day-by-day implementation strategies that enable students to become more active thinkers, and the development of content and teaching material that are directly linked to school environment and interest of students. This is the reform strategy that I and our team use when we are implementing realistic mathematics education. And many schools in Indonesia now, thousands of schools already using realistic mathematics education. So the role of teacher, yeah, in primary dissemination, yeah, this is actually part of the teacher professional development process, yeah. So facilitator visit school before workshop, and facilitator observe lesson in real setting. Facilitator and teacher prepare family relation. Facilitator and teacher bring result of school visit to workshop, and teacher try out lesson in own classroom on from this. This is a startup workshop. So we have different type of workshop. The first is the startup workshop. The second one is follow-up workshop, and the second one we call it quality boost program. So the goal of the startup workshop is building knowledge on PMRI, and then preparing teacher on PMRI lesson, principal commitment for implementation, and like not just talking, but working. So this is the difference between traditional Indonesia professional development teacher to the idea of realistic professional development teacher program. Yeah, not talking, but working. So after the workshop, we recruit potential teacher as trainers, and then support, not just one short workshop and then finish, but we continue with the discussion, visiting school, and trying out to find if the teacher in school have a problem in using the idea. If they have a problem, then how we can solve the problem. Sometimes we develop together learning material, designing lesson with the teachers for the next implementation. So this is the activity during startup workshop. We have a consultant from Netherlands working with us. So we are observing lesson and then discussing with teachers, and then also in the workshop, teacher working with their group, yeah, working together, designing the lesson, and after that they bring the lesson plan to the practice. observing by consultant and also by professor from university. This is the process activity. And then again, I can say that it's more practical than theoretical. So they take benefit from this activity, not just listening the theory, but they learn from practice. And this is the follow-up workshop. Again, the goal is the same, but we invite the new school from surrounding to join with the workshop. And at this time, after the first workshop startup, we have a group of teachers, excellent teacher to be trainers. So teacher working with teachers. And also we are fostering preview school and also new school make a real plan for implementation. And key teacher as reader in its cluster. Yeah. And this is the activity. Yeah. Again, yeah. School visit before workshop, trying out lesson before workshop. Teacher play an active role during the workshop. Sometimes you bring the teacher outside classroom to make a lesson, mathematics lesson in the school yards. Yeah. And also after that, we have a group of teachers who are ready for implementation. This is also a supporting of dissemination. We are develop our own material, yeah, because we know that Indonesian book is mostly very mechanistic, so we develop our own learning material to be used in the school. And after that, we make standard for PRIMA. We have standard for the teachers, standard for lesson, standard for learning material, standard for lecturer, workshop, and also local centers. So this is standard. Yeah, you want to know more about this, I will send to you. Yeah, standard for workshop. This is example from practice. Actually have video, but not available in this laptop. This is a learning material fraction, learning fraction for grade 8-year-olds. Yeah, learning math with joyful, no longer stressful. So it's very nice. They are smiling, see, and after the lesson they eat bread together because the material is bread, dividing bread. Yeah, then to learn fraction. Fraction is a difficult subject for primary school student, elementary school student. That using this approach make the lesson is very more easier, more enjoyable for them. This is my research, and this article, this research already published in the Q1 journal, international article, international reputable journal, Q1, yeah, in Germany. And this is again learning multiplication of grade 2, 7 years old, yeah, in school. If you look, the video is very interesting, but I don't have the video available in this laptop. Okay. So in retrospect, for the coming years, the following concrete issue will be addressed and worked upon. Yeah. Already published also this text in international journal. Yeah. Expanding a school-based system of professional development of teachers on the subject of MRI, mathematics and language are key subject for further development. Increasing the capacity of university to educate prospective teacher with a conceptual and practical base of MRI. Teachers are among the most crucial factors in the improvement of mathematics education, and creating a research agenda on PMRI and conducting design research in the classroom. PMRI must become instruction theory with a sound scientific basis in order to make evidence-informed choices. So creating assessment material that reflect the concept of PMRI. These concepts are in line with the worldwide development in mathematics education. See, for instance, PISA, Program for International Assessment, working on the public relation on PMRI through bulletin, newspaper, article, TV, etc., and creating a textbook series of PMRI learning material from grade 1 to 6 as example of PMRI practice and a starting point of further local adaptation and development, and through the accomplishment of the both item, researching and increasing number of schools and increasing numbers of region and city in Indonesia by striking a balance between bottom-up conceptual development and top-down facilitation and support. And end of my presentation, I would like to inform you that our foundation have a support again from the government, a budget about 5 billion rupiah to further disseminate this idea. So we are very happy that the government support our works. Yeah. So hope that this movement can improve the quality of mathematics education in Indonesia. So thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Sutarto Hadi. Okay, we continue for Q&A. For all the participants, can write the questions by chat or chat privately with us. Okay, Prof. This is one questions by privately chat.
Okay.
Based on PISA and TIMSS, Indonesia got a low level.
Yeah.
And based on PISA release item for mathematics, it that Indonesia is a good for routine questions, while cannot answer the non-routine questions, Prof.
Yeah, we are very weak in the higher order thinking, yeah. But for just routine question, Indonesian student can easily answer the question. But this is low level, just level 1 and level 2.
Yes.
But if we look at the level 3, 4, and 5, even 6 level, almost none of our students can answer the question. So this is the challenge for us. So that's why we have to change the practice of mathematics teaching and learning. And in order to be able to change the practice of mathematics teaching, we have to change the capacity of our teaching. And the idea of realistic mathematics education is, I think, very prospective in order to improve this quality of education in our school, especially in primary. And primary is foundation for the junior high school. Actually, PISA is for the student of junior high school, 15 years old, right? But in order to be able to success in learning in junior high school, the foundation is in the primary school, and we have to improve the practice of teaching and learning mathematics in elementary school. Not just giving the student just learning routine question, but we have to start to give them the problem-based question, so they can explore, and then using their mind, their thinking to explore, and then this can develop their ability and competencies in mathematics. I think that's the idea.
Yes, by using RMA, yes, Prof.
Yeah.
And maybe the last questions, Prof. How long time we need to get workshop for mastering contextual learning, especially for teacher, Prof?
Yeah, professional development for teacher is not just one shot workshop. Actually, this continuous process. But if you want to do this, I think to work with your colleagues, your counterpart in the school or in the school surrounding is very important. Working together in school, and then by the help of the university lecturer, you can design the learning material together, and then I bring this to the classroom, and then other teachers can observe, so they can learn together from by observing teaching and learning process in the school, and this is doing continuously. No, you know that Japan, for instance, have a 100 year experience in lesson study, for instance. So they cannot just improve the quality of teaching in just in 1-2 days workshop, or just one week, 2 weeks workshop. It is a continuous process. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sebenarnya ini masih banyak pertanyaan, cuman kita masih terhalang waktu. We have a limit time, so maybe it is enough. And thank you for Prof. Sutarto Hadi. And the conclusion as the important thing is that mathematics is a queen or mastery for study to the math level. And RMA is a promising approach to improve math and learning to be meaningful learning and playful learning. And RMA also matched with Indonesia mathematics curriculum that emphasize student active learning, problem solving, and application of mathematics. The way to implement PMRE, the first give them problem based on contextual learning and ask them to solve the problem before let the student to explore mathematics. That's all, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah, once again, thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, and I will leave back to Mr. Agus as MC. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much for Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi MSc as the excellent presentations to us on this international conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the next speaker. Now, we are continuing our meeting to the next agenda. This is to hear the speaker presentations, which will be delivered by Professor Sufyan Hussein from University College Fairview, Malaysia. And this session will be guided by moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and give a big hand for Mrs. Ratna Purwanti, M.Pd. Time is yours.
Thank you for Mr. Ahmad Rendi Agusta MPD, our Master of Ceremony today. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to all guests and participants for your coming in the next session presentation of the first International Conference on Innovation, Creativity, and Educational Technology on Elementary School. First of all, let's pray and thanks to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us mercies and blessings, so we can attend together at International Conference on Friday, 18th of December 2020, in a good healthy condition, even though in the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Our honorable speaker, I would like to inform you that we have presentation session shortly until 40 minutes, then question and answer session for 50 minutes. The presentation start from third speaker is Professor Dr. Sufyan Hussein. Okay, we will start the next presentation session. The third speaker is Professor Dr. Sufyan Hussein, Director, University of Malaya. Allow me to introduce about him. Before we start the presentation, let's see the profile video of Professor Dr. Sufyan Hussein.
Professor Datuk Dr. Sufyan Hussein started his career as a teacher since 1981. He is a well-known bachelor in Malaysia and International. He has written and conducted research about educational leadership and educational policy. He was one of the UNESCO Assessment Panel, Ministry of Education Malaysia on 2005. He was one of the UNESCO Assessment Panel, Ministry of Education Malaysia on 2005. He was a member of Dewan Akademi Melayu, University of Malaya, 2013 to 2015. former senior special grade professor at the University of Malaya and has served the university for more than 32 years. Mr. Sufyan Hussein has produced 10 scientific books, and the most famous is Metodologi Penyelidikan dalam Pendidikan, Analisis Strategik Dasar Pendidikan, Career Development and Employment Problem in Malaysia, Pengaruh Perubahan Terancang dalam Pembestarian Sekolah Pendidikan di Malaysia, Dasar Modal Insan, Demokrasi Pendidikan, Dilema Sekolah Kecil dan Sekolah Berpusat, University Government Trends and Models, Memacu Puncak Ilmu, Anatomi University Merencana Pembangunan. Mr. Sufyan Hussein listed in 2018 as the top 100 educator in the world by the International Biography Center, Cambridge, UK. He is certified as 2000 Best Educational Intellectuals of the 21st Century by the International Biography Center, Cambridge, and listed in Who is Who in the World, Marquis, New York, 2011 to 2012. He registered as an education expert by the United Nations on 2013 to 2015. He has conducted national and international researches and published tens of articles in international journal Reputation on educational management, educational leadership, and educational policy. He received many outstanding service awards at the University of Malaya and received the Datu Award from the Malacca government in 2013. And now, he elected as Vice Chancellor of University College Fairview, Malaysia.
Okay, Professor Dr. Sufyan Hussein, he finished his bachelor education in 1980, master education in 1986, and doctoral degree in 1994 in University of Oregon, USA. He is expert on history and philosophy of education, leadership, educational policy, sociology of education, and educational psychology. He has more than 48 articles published in Scopus Indexing, ISI Journal, and other indexing. He also has over 22 books title already published. He started his career as a teacher since 1981. He is a well-known bestseller in Malaysia and international. He has written and conducted research about educational leadership and educational policy. He registered as an education expert by the United Nations 2013 until 2015. He received many outstanding service awards at the University of Malaya and received the Datu Award from the Malacca government in 2013. Before we start the presentation, I would like to invite the third speaker. Please welcome Professor Dr. Sufyan Hussein. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Selamat siang kepada semua yang hadir dalam sesi International Conference on Early Childhood on Education for Society 5.0. And to my beloved and also honorable Director of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Kalimantan, Indonesia, Professor Sutarto Hadi, to my good friend, Professor Dr. Ahmad Suryansyah, to the Dean of Education, to the professors and also lecturers who are attending this virtual conference. It is an excellent conference, even though it is virtual. and also to my good friends over there at the university, and to all the participants and also students and lecturers who participate in this virtual conference. My good wishes to all of you. And even though in these hard times, we are still able to have dialogue session, have forum, and also conferences, even though we can't meet face to face. This is, in fact, it's a blessing itself. Even though I prefer to come over to Universitas Lambung Mangkurat to meet all of you. Inshallah, next time, God willing, we will see each other. And also, Assalamualaikum to our moderator. I forgot her name. What is your name? I forgot.
Okay, Prof, my name is Ratna Purwanti.
Ratna Purwati.
Yes.
All right, good. And also to Mr. Agus, who is the MC for this conference. I hope you all can see me clearly, and also can hear my voice clearly. But due to the distance and also to the internet connection, sometimes there are interruptions in my presentation because of that disruption. Anyway, we are going to make the best of the situation in this time. I'm given 40 minutes, but I will make it shorter and I will speak faster, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to leave you behind without understanding anything. So my presentation, could you please, if somebody can do the sharing, I already sent my PowerPoint slides, and I think the moderator have my slides. And for the benefit of the participants, you can show my slides to the participants. Go ahead. You can do screen sharing if you can. I've given my slide. Wait
a minute, Prof. I will repeat it.
No problem. Go ahead. It's okay. But anyway, the title of my presentation, my paper, is Education Curriculum for Society 5.0 in the next decade. It can be 1 decade, it can be 2 decades in the future. But anyway, education today is to prepare generations in the future. There you go. That is my slide. Now it is, you can see the title there. It is Education Curriculum for Society 5.0 in the next decade. So, before going through all the slides, let us begin our session by trying to answer these 3 questions. Question number 1, what are the general goals of education today? What are the goals, general goals of education? Whether it is in Indonesia or Kalimantan or in Malaysia or any parts of the world, we should think about the general goals of education so that we know where we are going, so that we know what we are doing and what we are teaching in schools. Without that goals, we will go to so many places and we go nowhere. Question number 2, what are the learning outcomes for childhood education, elementary education, and secondary education levels? Certainly, at these 3 different levels, we should have different kind of learning outcomes, learning goals or teaching goals for these 3 different levels. And but anyway, we must keep in mind that for Society 5.0 in the future, our education and also learning outcomes should be a little bit different than what we have now. And the third question is, what are the curriculum design in response to our aspiration, our ambition, our desire to achieve Society 5.0? What should be the curriculum design for early childhood education, for elementary education and secondary education? What is the suitable design? So these are the three questions that would guide my presentation and that would guide your following to my presentation. So keep these three questions in mind so that you know my presentation. For the next slide, we talk about Society 5.0. This is our goal. This is where Universitas Lambung Mangkurat is thinking about, to have the Kalimantan society or Indonesian society like Society 5.0. That is what Japan is doing now. Japan is going to have in a matter of 10 years to come. Certainly, Japan and Indonesia or Malaysia, we are not at the same level in terms of industrialization, economy, and also population. Anyway, the aspiration of ULM is to have an Indonesian society like Society 5.0. So, the next slide, please. Yeah. Society 5.0 was mooted in 2019 by the Council of Science and Technology and Innovation of Japan. This Council of Science and Technology promoted this idea of Society 5.0. And until today, they are doing it. And we tend to follow it, and we want to follow Japan. So Society 5.0 is actually a human-centered society. It is not machine-centered society. It is not robotic-centered society, but human-centered society. And you should be able to reflect yourself as being humans. What do we need as humans? What do we behave as humans? And what we work for as humans. So we should think along that line in order to understand what is exactly a human-centered society. So this human-centered society is able to balance up economic development in all sectors of the economy, ranging from farming to industry, to robotics, to artificial intelligence, to generate income for the country. So Indonesia is a country with many resources, natural resources, and also people resources. Indonesia is very rich in that because Indonesia has 270 million people. Officially, that is the data. So Indonesia is rich in terms of its human resource. And therefore, this is very crucial for economic advancement. And this economic advancement must be balanced up with what I call with society's behavior, society's norms, and also values, so that we live in a high quality environment and also ecology that is harmonious, with low pollution, with less toxic substances in the air and also in the water. So we want to create a society that is able to balance economic development, solve a lot of social problems. Japan has a lot of social problems, same like in many other countries. We have also social problems that emerge from the technological revolution that is happening. And also now we can communicate through iClouds to cyberspace. And also this cyberspace is expected to control our physical space. We will see that society 5.0 will be controlled by artificial intelligence and robots and computers. Okay, so we don't want these machines to control us. We want, as human beings, to control the machines for our advantage, for improving our quality of life, and also to promote economic development, and also to protect our environment as well. Okay, so next slide, please. That is the society. As I explained just now, we want to have an ecology, an environment, a society that is sustainable. Sustainable means that can support our life in the future. Our children, our grandchildren, our future generations, they are able to live well, and they are able to live high quality life with a lot of facilities, employing technology. In the next 5 years or in the next 2 or 3 years, we will have 5G technology for ICT, for ICT arena. Today we have 4G technology. You can use your iPhone today with the 4G internet speed. But next time, in 2 years' time, we will use 5G. The speed will be very, very fast. And also we don't have any more problem doing virtual conference like this. There will be no hiccup, there is no disruption. But today we are using the 4G technology. So we want to have a sustainable environment, sustainable society, sustainable economy, and also sustainable services for everybody, for us, for young people, for old people, for normal people, for disabled people as well. So nobody will be expected to be deprived or to be prevented from using 5G technology. So we are going towards a better society if we are able to make use of the technology for our advantage. But we will go towards ecological problem, poor quality of life, if we are not able to make use of the 5G technology or the artificial intelligence technology very well. That is quite a problem. So that is our aspiration. The aspiration of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat and also Indonesia, going for the society 5.0, a society that can support future generations using artificial intelligence to improve our quality of life. Okay, so bear that in mind. And at the same time, artificial intelligence will improve our government administration, our business management. Many things in the world will be improved very fast. So there will be high rate of efficiency in the government, in business, in banking, in education. There will be, the speed will be much faster. And that is what we want to have in the future. And our life will be faster also. And the time will go faster as well. Okay, next slide. There you go. Basically, there are 10 areas. 10 sectors for education to go towards to, for business to go to, for society to go to. These 5 the goals and sectors of Society 5.0. You can see starting from the right, you know, from the circle, you start from the middle and then go towards the right. You can see that food production, population increase, we need to also increase food production. We'll be using a lot of drone for farming, for agriculture, and also we will have a lot of data based on research made in agriculture, so that our food production will be improved. We have no problem of feeding the people, of feeding, for example, feeding 270 million people of Indonesia. No problem. So we want to have to make use big data, artificial intelligence, and also internet to improve our agriculture. The next one is warning system. Indonesia has a volcanic eruption, earthquake, tsunami sometimes. So the government should make use of early warning system so that the people are protected, so that the people have time to make preparations before the coming of any disaster. And that is also shared by Japan. Japan has earthquake and also volcanic eruptions. And apart from that, the next one is education. We want e-learnings. We will be using e-learning more and more. We will use a lot of modules, virtual modules, learning modules, as well as teaching modules. And our university next time will have no students coming to the campus, but most students will stay at home and learning. This is happening already, like today. And then the next one, empowering women. You can see in one of the things there, you can see empowering women. Women is still considered not having equal opportunity in many areas of life, especially in business, in jobs. So, but not in Indonesia or in Malaysia. Women are given opportunity, equal opportunity as men, to be employed in the public sector, government sector, or in the private sector. Now we have more women in the university, more women students in the university, in colleges, and also more women in banking, in the service sector. We can see that. So Malaysia, Indonesia have no issue with women, with career women or women in jobs. So, and then if you move towards the left, starting from the top, remote sensing, there is, and also for oceanography purpose, we will make use of artificial intelligence to track the fish in the ocean, to track the ocean as well, so that we have good food production, and also we will enjoy better water quality if we protect our oceans and also seas. The next one, we have the major problem of climate change. Our world is getting hotter bit by bit because of a lot of pollution, a lot of dangerous toxic materials and radioactive materials being dumped in the soil and also in the seas. So we are facing this climate change today. And the water level, the sea level, the ocean level is going up a little bit. And the world temperature also is increasing by 0.5 degrees Celsius, I think. So we are getting warmer a little bit nowadays. So these are the 10 sectors of Society 5.0 is going. And Indonesia is going for that also. under President Jokowi, the team, the government is calling a lot of what is this, digital technologies coming to Indonesia, like Google, like Amazon, and a lot of business websites or what we call search engines coming to Indonesia, but they are not coming to Malaysia because they are not happy with the Malaysian government. But Indonesian government is opening up the business sector for American companies as well, not so much from the China companies. Okay, so we have been talking about Society 5.0, but what is the ultimate? Next slide, please. Where we are going, actually. This is where we are going. If we want Society 5.0, this diagram shows where we are going. Value number 1, the green circle up there, is comfort. Hidup yang selesa, hidup yang aman, hidup yang sejahtera, yang bahagia, where we can see good families, and from the good families we will have good society, enjoying all the comfort at a home, with a lot of equipment at home, for cooking, for washing, for cleaning the house, and many other things, all be done by machine. So we will be having a more comfortable life. The next one, the next value, you can see the third value there, high quality life. High quality life means we enjoy quality food, quality clothing, quality bed, everything of high quality. Even for medicine, even for hospital also, we want high quality services and also equipment to maintain our health. So high quality will increase our living age. We will, our lifespan, that means the age where we will die, let's say from 65 years old, nowadays, average, we will die at 85 years old, average. But some people definitely can longer than that. But on average, we will die at the age of 85 years old because high quality lives. The next value is vitality. Vitality means what we call strength, robustness, and also mentally alert. We can do our job well, we can do exercise, we will be healthy citizens. Okay? So these are the goals, the values that we are going for Society 5.0. Even today, we have that goals. We have all those 3 values, but we want some more. That is the nature of human beings. Now, next slide, please. Okay, you see the yellow words there? Those are values. The core values. We are able to solve problems. Hidup kita ini penuh dengan masalah. Daripada bangun tidur sampailah nak tidur semula. Kita melalui pelbagai cabaran, pelbagai masalah, but we will be able to solve problems creatively and efficiently. The next one is create value. That means it is for our own goodness. The values are normally for our own goodness. For example, nowadays, our phone companies are designing a phone that is of good value. For example, China phones, they have 2 cameras, 3 cameras on the phone. That is the meaning of value added technology. The next value, the next yellow word is, you see there, diversity. Diversity ini bermakna kepelbagaian. That means differences, a lot of differences. And we will be able to see more and more people with many different unique ideas and also ideologies in politics, in the economy, in education. We will see a lot of smart people coming. And then the next value is equal opportunity. The next one is confident living. Nowadays, young children are very confident, and therefore teachers need to address the confidence that young children have nowadays. They are able to speak better, able to communicate, express themselves better, especially through Facebook, to Instagram, Twitter, and many other gadgets, spaces, cyberspace. And then we want to live in harmony with nature. So these are the yellow words are the values that Society 5.0 is going. That's what we want. Okay, so how to prepare ourselves? These are the characteristics. The most important word there is AI. Next slide, please. Okay. The most important word there is the word AI based. AI. The next word is big data. The next word is robots. So these 3 things are the things that we will see more and more being used in the future. With artificial intelligence, AI, kalau anda pergi shopping, anda naik escalator itu, ia dikontrol oleh artificial intelligence. Pintu nak masuk shopping mall itu pun dikawal oleh artificial intelligence. Dan kereta, pada 5 tahun akan datang, kereta itu akan boleh memandu sendiri. Satelit daripada langit boleh mengawal kereta yang kita duduki. Kita tidak perlu lagi memandu. So kita akan ada kereta yang menggunakan teknologi artificial intelligence, and things inside the house also will be controlled by artificial intelligence as well. So this is the main characteristic of Society 5.0, and the next one, as I said just now, is efficiency, yaitu efisiensi dalam pentadbiran kerajaan, efisiensi dalam kita menguruskan perniagaan, bisnes, yaitu bertambah cepat lagi kita menggunakan teknologi. Alright, so I think you know what I'm talking about, where we are going. And next slide, please. There you go, my explanation. You look on the right side, sebelah kanan, pada Society 5.0 anda akan boleh lihat perkataan big data, AI, artificial intelligence, dan semua itu dibuat oleh artificial intelligence yang sentral, yang berpusat, yaitu robot ataupun komputer. Boleh menerima semua maklumat ini, memprosesnya dan menghantar kepada kita. Apa kita nak makan, kita order saja. Makanan itu akan datang kepada kita. Kalau kita mau pergi bandara, beg kita semua boleh diambil daripada rumah. Dan kita pergi ke bandara pun tidak ada masalah, ada kereta yang tahu untuk mengambil kita dan pergi ke bandara ataupun airport. Dan seterusnya kereta akan boleh memandunya sendiri. Okay, these are a little bit of explanation for Society 5.0. Okay, the next one, kita pergi laju sedikit. Next slide, lagi satu slide. Yes, thank you. Society 5.0. You look on the right, iaitu sebelah kanan Anda akan dapat lihat ciri utama, sifat utama Society 5.0. Ada 5 itu. Problem solving, value creation, diversity, decentralization, resilience, and sustainability. Decentralization ini bermaksud kalau orang di Kalimantan, orang Kalimantan akan mentadbir urusan di Kalimantan. Ataupun orang di Pulau Jawa akan mentadbir seberapa bagusnya di Pulau Jawa itu. Itu maksudnya decentralization. Tidak lagi kerajaan besar, kerajaan pusat, kerajaan federal Anda di Jakarta itu mengawal Anda. Tidak. Semuanya datang daripada kerajaan tempatan. So, bear that in mind. The 5 values of Society 5.0. Okay, let's deal with education. How are we going to achieve? Now, thinking about Society 5.0 just now, what kind of philosophy of education that will guide us? What is the best philosophy that we should keep in our mind as teachers, as managers, school managers, as rectors or as professors? What should be the appropriate, the most suitable philosophy of education towards Society 5.0? The meaning of philosophy, it is a synthesis of knowledge. In many disciplines, in many areas of life, we synthesize the big to small, so that we know very focused what we want to do with ourselves. Now, education, pendidikan itu sebenarnya adalah untuk membina literasi. Literasi ini ada 9 jenis literasi. Salah satunya ialah literasi dalam agama ataupun spiritual literacy. Kemudian ada political literacy, economic literacy, and then cultural literacy. There are so many literacies. Now, if we go at all these different kinds of literacy, it is for actually possibility is pembinaan tamadun manusia yang tinggi dalam 9 bidang, 9 area, 9 areas of literacy. We should develop ourselves. And in Muslim society, we want spiritual literacy or religious literacy, which is very important, I think, for the people of Kalimantan or Indonesia, which is about 70% are Muslims. Okay, next slide. I want to suggest these 2 philosophies of education. One is progressivism. Dalam bahasa Indonesia, progressivisme dan juga constructivism. Progressivism is to prepare individual yang boleh berfungsi dalam masyarakat, boleh berfungsi dalam ekonomi, boleh berfungsi dalam politik, boleh berfungsi dalam sastra, dalam seni, dan bermacam-macam lagi. Itu tujuan utama pendidikan, ialah membolehkan untuk menyediakan pembentukan manusia yang fungsional dan juga boleh menjadi active participant in the progress of the society. And prioritinya ialah number 1 ialah ilmu, kedua kemahiran, ketiga nilai diri kita. Kita mau diri kita yang bersih, terhindar daripada penyakit, daripada rasuah, daripada keburukan dan macam-macam lagi. So 3 perkara ini, iaitu ilmu, kemahiran dan juga nilai pada diri kita. Itulah yang kita berusaha membina diri kita saban hari, setiap hari. Now, the philosophy of progressivism emphasizes experiential learning, iaitu pembelajaran, pendidikan yang berbentuk pengalaman, menggunakan pengalaman kita, experiential learning, inquiry-based learning, and then kedua jenis learning ini ialah untuk membina pemikiran aras tinggi. Pemikiran aras tinggi ini bermaksud kita boleh berfikir dengan pantas, buat analisis. Misalnya, kita mengatakan anak-anak kita ini kurang bagus dalam, misalnya dalam sastra. Kita bercakap itu saja, tetapi kita buat analisis mengapa, sebab apa, di mana mereka lemah dan cara bagaimana nak memperbaikinya. Ini adalah pemikiran aras tinggi. Dan seterusnya, kita boleh mencadangkan langkah penyelesaian baginya. Tidaklah kita belajar dengan menghafal dan juga mengingat. This is low-level thinking. Okay, constructivism is an education is constructive process where we assume that children construct their own knowledge. Same like progressivism, the method of teaching, the method of learning is experiential learning and inquiry-based learning. Okay, so these 2 philosophies you can Google. You can learn by yourself these 2 philosophies, which is very important today, as well as in the next decade. These 2 philosophies are very important, and we should understand it better and better, so that we can become good teachers that can teach our children to fit Society 5.0. Okay, next slide. The most relevant theories of education for the 2 philosophies just now are these 4 theories. One is Piaget developmental theory, and also Piaget's constructivism theory, Bruner's, Jerome Bruner, constructivism theory, you can Google as well. And then Erikson, socio-moral development of children, how we learn our values, iaitu nilai, bagaimana kita belajar nilai moral, nilai agama. Erikson mempunyai teori mengenainya. Dan semua guru, saya kira sudah mahir dengan Bloom's taxonomy untuk kita membina pengajaran yang daripada satu tahap mudah kepada tahap yang sukar. Jadi keempat teori ini adalah berkaitan, that is related to the 2 philosophies I mentioned just now. Okay, so you can learn some more. Your professors, your lecturers can teach you about these theories. Okay, next slide. Now, constructivism theories for early childhood education. Only 2 theories, I said just now. Piaget theory, Bruner's theory of constructivism. Apakah ciri-cirinya? Ialah membina satu kurikulum. Kita merencana satu kurikulum yang boleh menggalakkan, yang boleh memperbaiki kita punya pemikiran, pertumbuhan pemikiran logikal dan juga konseptual. Guru-guru di sini menjadi penghubung, connector antara bahan itu dengan murid. Jadi guru itu hanya menyediakan bahan, tetapi murid akan explore, the children will explore and also ask questions with each other, and the teacher will help children in the process of getting their knowledge. We teachers today, we deliver knowledge, but for children, they don't want that to happen. They want to learn by themselves, discuss among themselves, and the teacher will help them with questions, to facilitate, so that they understand better and they can remember better as well. And the next one is that theory, Piaget and Bruner's theory of constructivism also argues that people produce knowledge. Kita mencari makna, kita mencari ilmu sendiri melalui pengalaman, melalui eksperimen, melalui interaksi kita, bukan saja dengan bacaan, tetapi melalui perbincangan. Ini adalah fahaman Piaget dan juga fahaman Brunner dengan teori masing-masing. Okay, next slide. You are going faster. Curriculum design. Now, what I am suggesting in this slide is that the core values. This is where international schools, big universities, ataupun misalnya di pesantren yang masyhur di Indonesia ialah pesantren Gontor. Saya sudah pergi ke Gontor dan melihat sendiri. Nilai yang utama, core values, become the focus of education. And from the core values, we design the curriculum. Okay, for example, in the next slide, you can see that in the next slide. Next slide. Yes. These are the core values. I said just now, core values determine our curriculum design. For children, kita punya murid di prasekolah yang umurnya 5 tahun, 6 tahun. Ini adalah nilai, these are the values that they are going for. And teachers, our curriculum, our teaching, our materials, curriculum materials, books as well, should go towards all these values. Friendliness, number one. Kanak-kanak ini dia cepat mesra, suka bercakap, suka mendampingi kanak-kanak lain. They want to have friendliness. Friendliness is a big value for them. And then confidence, respectful, they want to share many things, and also they are more tolerant. They don't see each other in terms of color, skin color, or religion, or race. They don't see that. And children are very honest. They want honesty, and they are grateful. They are very happy when they receive something. Grateful ni maknanya orang yang bersyukur lah, yang berterima kasih. And then kanak-kanak juga kreatif, menyelesaikan sesuatu perkara, melukis macam-macam perkara yang mereka lihat. And then caring. The last one bagi kita yang beragama Islam is pendidikan juga mesti memasukkan materi-materi mengenai hal-hal akidah, hal-hal ibadah, hal-hal syariat. Ini pun kena diajar pada kanak-kanak kerana pada peringkat inilah kita boleh lentur mereka, kita boleh didik mereka sangat mudah. Okay, next slide. In the next slide, you can see those are the values for primary education. Among them is communityhood. Yang nombor 3 itu. Nombor 3 ke bawah Anda boleh lihat communityhood, yaitu kehidupan bermasyarakat. This is where the Japanese is lacking. They are too busy with the economy. They forgot about communityhood. Except in the villages, they are very good. But in Indonesia, the sense of communityhood are still there. Even in Malaysia, we love our community, our kampung, our villages, where the place we are born, we love them, the people in the community, and we can relate to them better. Okay, these are the values. For primary education, these are the values that we should go towards, including multicultural, creative and caring, principle, and literate, ICT literate. So I'm giving you the important values for you to think, as well as to design, to find books, to find learning materials about all these values. Okay, the next slide. Secondary education, which is about the same as primary education, but there are more. There is civility. Perkara yang keempat, nilai yang keempat di dalam senarai itu, ke bawah, Anda boleh lihat civility. Civility ini bermaksud satu warga, negara bangsa, satu masyarakat yang dapat menyelesaikan pelbagai masalah, dan mereka ini hidup dengan tamadun yang tinggi serta tamadun yang mulia, seperti tamadun Islam dalam kerajaan-kerajaan Abbasiyah dan juga Osmaniyah. Ini adalah contoh tamadun yang tinggi yang pernah dicapai oleh manusia, yaitu tamadun Islam dalam kerajaan-kerajaan awal itu. Dan kita mahukan kerajaan ataupun kerajaan yang seperti itu, yang they are caring and also they can sustain the society. Okay, last slide. My conclusion. Apa yang kita pelajari selama ini, Anda sudah bersekolah selama 15 tahun, 20 tahun ataupun 30 tahun. Kita bersekolah di rumah, di dalam masyarakat kita. Kita masuk universitas, belajar di universitas. Apa yang kita dapat ataupun apa yang kita peroleh daripada semua itu, dengan pendidikan yang tinggi, kita merasa kita sudah membuat kemajuan. We have progressed, we have advanced in many aspects of life. And the question is that, are you happy? Am I happy with what we have achieved so far? And we get something. Are we losing something? Are we losing our human dignity? Adakah kita dalam kita usaha mencari kebahagiaan, kegembiraan, kesejahteraan hidup yang kita sudah usahakan? Di waktu yang sama, adakah kita hilang sesuatu? Hilang masa? Hilang maruah kita? Hilang tamadun kita? Hilang semangat kemanusiaan kita? Are we losing that? If not, we are good. But in many societies, in the European societies, probably in China or in Japan or in Korea, they are losing many things. They are losing what we call humanity, probably, where there is a lack of concern of their parents, of their families, a lack of love and also care for their parents and also for their relatives. And we don't want that to happen. Do we care about our lingkaran? Do we care about our ecology? Are we contributing to the pollution of the rivers, of the seas, you know, by having industries, or by not maintaining the rivers, the cleanliness of the rivers? So remember, when we get something, we will lose something as well. So we don't want that to happen. We want something, and also at the same time, we take care of something so that we don't lose it. And that is very important. And education, ini kepercayaan saya, my belief, education is the means for us to continuously design, redesign as well, many areas of our life, so that we achieve good quality of life, we become better people, we become better society, and we can sustain our generation, our children's generation, our grandchildren's generation for 200 years to come, 500 years to come. So what we do today affects tomorrow, our children tomorrow. And their children also, if they take care of the environment, of the education, their grandchildren also can benefit what we have done today. That is the meaning of education for sustainability. So, dear moderator, I've reached to the end point. So I would like to stop here and say thank you for your attention, for your listening, and I return back the session to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for insightful and inspiring presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just listening to the presentation of the topic. And now, the question and answer session. Because we don't have any time, there is only one question in the session. Please write your question in the chat or chat privately. Okay. And here I have already had question from chat. Good afternoon, Prof. Hussein. I am Dewi Wedayanti, English lecturer in Stikip Suar Bangli, Bali. I would like to ask you how to prepare our young learners to be ready with the 5.0, keep them happy without stressful of adaptation, make them creative and playful activities. Thank you, Prof. Yes, time is yours, Prof.
Okay. In the slides, I think in the third last slide about childhood education, about the values just now. Children love to play. Why they love to play? Because by playing, they develop their communication skills. They can speak better, they can use the words better, and they can enjoy time with their friends together. So they must have something. They must have something to play with. Anything. It can be the leaf, it can be a plant, a small plant, it can be a ball, it can be a frog, it can be a photo, and they talk about it. And because children, they love to talk. You don't, as teachers, we must not stop children from talking. We must not say, "Diam, shut up, all of you, keep quiet." We don't. Guru-guru jangan menggunakan perkataan itu. Asalkan mereka itu diberi tugas dan kita kata, "Okay, anak-anak, mari kita lihat lihat pesawat." Kita kata, ini gambar pesawat. Okey, siapa boleh cerita tentang pesawat? Iaitu pergi bercuti naik pesawat. Mungkin ada murid yang suka datang dan bercakap tentang pesawat. Ada siapa yang suka menyanyi tentang lagu tentang pesawat. Ada siapa yang suka membina pesawat menggunakan bahan. Siapa yang pandai melukis tentang pesawat. So there are many activities that can be done using one thing. So the material should not be many. And let children play. Play is one of them. One of the teaching technique for us to help children to grow up. And from there, they learn values. As I said just now, children love friendliness, communication, and then they want to be honest. They learn the value of honest. When telling stories, they are honest, you know, in thinking about the things that they go through. They don't lie. They don't tell the wrong things. Same with drawing. Some children, you can see the psychology of children in drawing, especially. You can and let them be creative. They can color, for example, rumah. They can color rumah in any fashion that they want. They can put yellow, green, and all kinds of colors inside the house. Even the sky, they paint, for example, they paint a yellow sky rather than a blue sky. Let them be, because children have something in their mind they want to show and they want to tell about. And so children, they want to, they are honest, they want to be bersyukur, because by learning all these materials, not only make them happy, but they also learn, they are very blessed, having friends, teachers, the school and friends around them, and also their family. They love to tell all these things. They feel very happy, they feel blessed, and they feel grateful, bersyukur. So there are many values that we can arrange for small children to learn. And from these values, we can design the curriculum around all these values. From these values, we will get the materials. And from these materials, we can get what kind of behavior that children would get from learning from these values and also materials. So I hope I have answered the question, the last question. And today is Friday. I'm going to mosque shortly. Okay, so moderator, I finish answering. If there is any other question, you can ask one more question. If there is one more question.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for inspiring answer for us. But we are sorry for other question in chat privately. There are many questions, Prof, but we don't have any time more. So maybe we can forward to Prof privately.
Yeah.
Okay,
My email is there. They can email to me.
Okay, of course, Prof.
Yeah.
I would like to invite Professor Sutarto Hadi to say hello for Professor Supian Hussein. Prof. Sutarto Hadi.
Sudah pergi ke masjid.
Maybe.
Banjarmasin sudah sembahyang Jumaat.
Okay, well, this is the end of question and answer first session. But before we close the session, allow me to conclude the discussion that education is the means for us to continuously design and redesign all sectors of society and placing sustainability as the highest value. Teach our children and youth with the values that embody sustainability. Thank you, Prof. We hope that we can meet on another occasion We hope that you can visit Indonesia, especially in South Kalimantan, Banjar.
Insyaallah. Terima kasih.
Insyaallah.
Dan
Oke.
selamat semuanya dan semoga kita terhindar dari pandemik COVID ini. Dan saya doakan anda semua sehat sejahtera. Bye-bye. Terima kasih.
I would like to invite with me not yet, I think. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally, this is the end of presentation. We would like to say thanks again for all the speaker for insightful and inspiring presentation, and to participants for your active participation. Hopefully, money, Mr. Ahmad Riyandi Agusta, MPD.
Thank you so much for Mrs. Ratna Purwanti, MPD, as the great moderator on these sessions. Thank you so much for your kind attention. We are so proud today we can learn together with Mr. Sufyan Hussein from University College Malaysia. Previously, we learned more from Mrs. Nana Yuliana, PhD, and then we learned more from Mr. Professor Dr. Sutarto Hadi, MSI, MSc. And we are going to take a break for about 1.5 hours. We hope all participants can join on 13:30 on Central Indonesian time. Thank you for your kind attention. And then wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak dan Ibu peserta seminar internasional pada hari ini, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk dapat bergabung kembali pada pukul 13:30 waktu Indonesia bagian tengah. Terima kasih. Bagian tengah. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi, MSc, MSc yang sudah bersedia mengikuti seluruh rangkaian acara pada sesi ke-1 pada hari ini. Terima kasih, Pak.
Terima kasih.
Kami mohon maaf atas berbagai kekalahan hari ini, khususnya kendala jaringan yang kita alami beberapa kali.
Oke, ya. Oke, makasih ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break. Maybe we can join before 13:30. Kita bisa bergabung sebelum pukul 13.30 waktu Indonesia bagian tengah. Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilakan untuk leave dari room ini. Nanti masuk menggunakan link yang sama yang kami bagikan melalui grup WhatsApp. Terima kasih.
Studi Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar untuk dapat menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang berkualitas dengan fokus utama membentuk keterampilan yang dibutuhkan di zaman ini. Terletak di Kalimantan Selatan, provinsi dengan jutaan potensi luar biasa, menjadikan program studi PGSD Universitas Lambung Mangkurat mengambil bagian untuk berkontribusi mencetak generasi masa depan yang inovatif, produktif, dan berkompeten dalam dunia pendidikan, dimulai dari jenjang sekolah dasar. Berbagai inovasi dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan dan penjaminan mutu yang ketat dilakukan guna menjamin kualitas lulusan yang diharapkan bangsa ini di masa mendatang. Mengemban visi menjadi lembaga pendidikan penghasil guru sekolah dasar yang unggul, profesional, dan berbasis karakter, Studi Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar terus melakukan berbagai terobosan untuk mengembangkan kemampuan sumber daya dosen dan tenaga kependidikan agar dapat memberikan layanan yang bermutu dan memfasilitasi kebutuhan seluruh mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan keterampilannya. Studi Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar mengambil peran untuk menghasilkan pendidik, peneliti pemula dalam bidang sekolah dasar, pengelola pendidikan, hingga edupreneur yang mampu melihat peluang dari berbagai sisi. Hal ini tentu terarah pada peningkatan kualitas pendidikan mulai dari jenjang sekolah dasar. Berbagai upaya dilakukan program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar untuk memfasilitasi mahasiswa dalam memperoleh informasi yang lengkap dalam setiap mata kuliah. Di antaranya, menyediakan ruang baca yang nyaman dengan koleksi referensi buku, jurnal ilmiah, skripsi, tesis dan disertasi. Mahasiswa bebas mengakses layanan ruang baca di kampus pendidikan guru sekolah dasar serta ruang baca secara online dengan koleksi buku yang telah dikemas dalam bentuk electronic book. Diberikan keleluasaan untuk memanfaatkan ruang baca. Program studi memfasilitasi ruangan yang luas dan nyaman agar dapat menampung lebih dari 100 orang mahasiswa secara bersamaan. Ruang baca program studi terbagi menjadi 3. Ruangan utama berisi buku dan bahan ajar perkuliahan. Ruangan kedua berisi skripsi hasil karya mahasiswa dan jurnal-jurnal ilmiah baik nasional maupun internasional. Sedangkan ruangan ketiga berisi tesis dan disertasi untuk keperluan karya ilmiah mahasiswa. Di samping penyediaan sarana dan prasarana untuk mendukung terwujudnya lulusan yang memiliki berbagai keahlian, sehingga bukan hanya profesional dalam mendidik, tetapi memiliki beragam keterampilan yang dapat diterapkan untuk membina siswa di sekolah. Hal ini diwujudkan dengan menyediakan wadah berorganisasi mahasiswa melalui himpunan mahasiswa dan 21 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang menjadi keunggulan program studi. Harapannya, di masa mendatang dapat menghasilkan generasi pendidik sekolah dasar dan anak usia dini dalam berbagai bidang keterampilan. Himpunan dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa diarahkan untuk melaksanakan berbagai kegiatan pengembangan diri dan pengembangan karakter mahasiswa. Proses pembelajaran di program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar dilaksanakan dengan berbagai teknik dan strategi. Pembelajaran pembelajaran klasikal di dalam kelas dibutuhkan untuk transfer informasi, diskusi, case building, dan penggalian sumber-sumber belajar. Kegiatan pembelajaran dilanjutkan dengan memberi keleluasaan kepada mahasiswa untuk menggali berbagai permasalahan di lingkungan masyarakat. Setiap mata kuliah memberikan tuntutan menghasilkan produk yang dimulai dari data konkret hingga produk berupa bahan, media, dan aplikasi yang dapat menunjang proses pembelajaran di sekolah dasar. Mahasiswa dapat melanjutkan proses pembelajaran di berbagai sarana yang disediakan program studi hingga sarana yang tersedia karena jalinan kerjasama antara program studi dengan instansi pemerintah. Harapan ke depan, mahasiswa dapat menggali pengetahuan yang luas dan mendalam secara mandiri dengan akses tanpa batas. Berbagai produk yang dihasilkan mahasiswa akan diabadikan dan dipublikasikan mulai dari lingkup program studi, level nasional hingga internasional. menjadi pemacu semangat program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar untuk dapat menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang berkualitas dengan fokus utama membentuk keterampilan yang dibutuhkan di zaman ini. Terletak di Kalimantan Selatan, provinsi dengan jutaan potensi luar biasa, menjadikan program studi PGSD Universitas Lambung Mangkurat mengambil bagian untuk berkontribusi mencetak generasi masa depan yang inovatif, produktif, dan berkompeten dalam dunia pendidikan, dimulai dari jenjang sekolah dasar. Berbagai inovasi dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan dan penjaminan mutu yang ketat dilakukan guna menjamin kualitas lulusan yang diharapkan bangsa ini di masa mendatang. Mengemban visi menjadi lembaga pendidikan penghasil guru sekolah dasar yang unggul, profesional, dan berbasis karakter, mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan keterampilannya. Program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar mengambil peran untuk menghasilkan pendidik, peneliti pemula dalam bidang sekolah dasar, pengelola pendidikan, hingga edupreneur yang mampu melihat peluang dari berbagai sisi. Hal ini tentu terarah pada peningkatan kualitas pendidikan mulai dari jenjang sekolah dasar. Berbagai upaya dilakukan program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar untuk memfasilitasi mahasiswa dalam memperoleh informasi yang lengkap dalam setiap mata kuliah. Di antaranya, menyediakan ruang baca yang nyaman dengan koleksi referensi buku, jurnal ilmiah, skripsi, tesis, dan disertasi. Mahasiswa bebas mengakses layanan ruang baca di kampus pendidikan guru sekolah dasar, serta ruang baca secara online dengan koleksi buku yang telah dikemas dalam bentuk electronic book. Diberikan keleluasaan untuk memanfaatkan ruang baca. Program studi memfasilitasi ruangan yang luas dan nyaman agar dapat menampung lebih dari 100 orang mahasiswa secara bersamaan. Ruang baca program studi terbagi menjadi 3. Ruangan utama berisi buku dan bahan ajar perkuliahan. Ruangan kedua berisi skripsi hasil karya mahasiswa dan jurnal-jurnal ilmiah baik nasional maupun internasional. Sedangkan ruangan ketiga berisi tesis dan disertasi untuk keperluan karya ilmiah mahasiswa. Di samping penyediaan sarana dan prasarana untuk mendukung terwujudnya lulusan yang memiliki berbagai keahlian, sehingga bukan hanya profesional dalam mendidik, tetapi memiliki beragam keterampilan yang dapat diterapkan untuk membina siswa di sekolah. Hal ini diwujudkan dengan menyediakan wadah berorganisasi mahasiswa melalui himpunan mahasiswa dan 21 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang menjadi keunggulan program studi. Harapannya, di masa mendatang dapat menghasilkan generasi pendidik sekolah dasar dan anak usia dini dalam berbagai bidang keterampilan. himpunan dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa diarahkan untuk melaksanakan berbagai kegiatan pengembangan diri dan pengembangan karakter mahasiswa. Proses pembelajaran di program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar dilaksanakan dengan berbagai teknik dan strategi. Pembelajaran klasikal di dalam kelas dibutuhkan untuk transfer informasi, diskusi, case building, dan penggalian sumber-sumber belajar. Kegiatan pembelajaran dilanjutkan dengan memberi keleluasaan kepada mahasiswa untuk menggali berbagai permasalahan di lingkungan masyarakat. Setiap mata kuliah memberikan tuntutan menghasilkan produk yang dimulai dari data konkret hingga produk berupa bahan, media, dan aplikasi yang dapat menunjang proses pembelajaran di sekolah dasar. Mahasiswa dapat melanjutkan proses pembelajaran di berbagai sarana yang disediakan program studi hingga sarana yang tersedia karena jalinan kerjasama antara program studi dengan instansi pemerintah. Harapan ke depan, mahasiswa dapat menggali pengetahuan yang luas dan mendalam secara mandiri dengan akses tanpa batas. Berbagai produk yang dihasilkan mahasiswa akan diabadikan dan dipublikasikan mulai dari lingkup program studi, level nasional hingga internasional. Semangat program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar untuk dapat menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang berkualitas dengan fokus utama membentuk keterampilan terletak di Kalimantan Selatan. Provinsi dengan jutaan potensi luar biasa menjadikan program studi PGSD Universitas Lambung Mangkurat mengambil bagian untuk berkontribusi mencetak generasi masa depan yang inovatif, produktif, dan berkompeten dalam dunia pendidikan, dimulai dari jenjang sekolah dasar. berbagai inovasi dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan dan penjaminan mutu yang ketat dilakukan guna menjamin kualitas lulusan yang diharapkan bangsa ini di masa mendatang. Mengemban visi menjadi lembaga pendidikan penghasil guru sekolah dasar yang unggul, profesional, dan berbasis karakter, Studi Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar terus melakukan berbagai terobosan untuk mengembangkan kemampuan sumber daya dosen dan tenaga kependidikan agar dapat memberikan layanan yang bermutu dan memfasilitasi kebutuhan seluruh mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan keterampilannya. Program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar mengambil peran untuk menghasilkan pendidik, peneliti pemula dalam bidang sekolah dasar, pengelola pendidikan, hingga edupreneur yang mampu melihat peluang dari berbagai sisi. Hal ini tentu terarah pada peningkatan kualitas pendidikan mulai dari jenjang sekolah dasar. Berbagai upaya dilakukan program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar untuk memfasilitasi mahasiswa dalam memperoleh informasi yang lengkap dalam setiap mata kuliah. Di antaranya, menyediakan ruang baca yang nyaman dengan koleksi referensi buku, jurnal ilmiah, skripsi, tesis, dan disertasi. Mahasiswa bebas mengakses layanan ruang baca di kampus pendidikan guru sekolah dasar serta ruang baca secara online dengan koleksi buku yang telah dikemas dalam bentuk electronic book. Diberikan keleluasaan untuk memanfaatkan ruang baca. Program studi memfasilitasi ruangan yang luas dan nyaman agar dapat menampung lebih dari 100 orang mahasiswa secara bersamaan. Ruang baca program studi terbagi menjadi 3. Ruangan utama berisi buku dan bahan ajar perkuliahan. Ruangan kedua berisi skripsi hasil karya mahasiswa dan jurnal-jurnal ilmiah baik nasional maupun internasional. Sedangkan ruangan ketiga berisi tesis dan disertasi untuk keperluan karya ilmiah mahasiswa. Penyediaan sarana dan prasarana untuk mendukung terwujudnya lulusan yang memiliki berbagai keahlian sehingga bukan hanya profesional dalam mendidik tetapi memiliki beragam keterampilan yang dapat diterapkan untuk membina siswa di sekolah. Hal ini diwujudkan dengan menyediakan wadah berorganisasi mahasiswa melalui himpunan mahasiswa dan 21 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang menjadi keunggulan program studi. Harapannya, di masa mendatang dapat menghasilkan generasi pendidik sekolah dasar dan anak usia dini dalam berbagai bidang keterampilan. Himpunan dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa diarahkan untuk melaksanakan berbagai kegiatan pengembangan diri dan pengembangan karakter mahasiswa. Proses pembelajaran di program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar dilaksanakan dengan berbagai teknik dan strategi. Pembelajaran klasikal di dalam kelas dibutuhkan untuk transfer informasi, diskusi, case building, dan penggalian sumber-sumber belajar. Kegiatan pembelajaran dilanjutkan dengan memberi keleluasaan kepada mahasiswa untuk menggali berbagai permasalahan di lingkungan masyarakat. Setiap mata kuliah memberikan tuntutan menghasilkan produk yang dimulai dari data konkret hingga produk berupa bahan, media, dan aplikasi yang dapat menunjang proses pembelajaran di sekolah dasar. Mahasiswa dapat melanjutkan proses pembelajaran di berbagai sarana yang disediakan program studi hingga sarana yang tersedia karena jalinan kerjasama antara program studi dengan instansi pemerintah. Harapan ke depan, mahasiswa dapat menggali pengetahuan yang luas dan mendalam secara mandiri dengan akses tanpa batas. Berbagai produk yang dihasilkan mahasiswa akan diabadikan dan dipublikasikan mulai dari lingkup program studi, level nasional hingga internasional.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Dr. Normeida S.Pd, selaku koordinator program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar yang disingkat dengan nama PGSD, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Banjarmasin. Pertama-tama, izinkan saya
Okay, first of all, we would like to say welcome to Mr. Lo Sao Chong from Malaysia. Excuse me, Mrs. Lo, are you here?
I'm Dr. Lo here. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Lo. We can start this event.
Sure, no problem. I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First International Conference on Innovation, Creativity and Educational Technology on Elementary School 2020 on second session. On these sessions, we will present two presenters from Malaysia and Indonesia. We are continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the speakers' presentations, which will be delivered by Mrs. Professor Dr. Loh So Chong from Malaysia. These sessions will be guided by moderator Mrs. Ratna Purwanti, M.Pd. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before start the presentation from Mrs. Loh, we will take a picture and take our moment today. So, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants, we would like to invite you to open your camera to capture our moment on this second session. Okay, thank you so much for all of participants today. And these sessions will be guided by moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and give a big hand for Mrs. Ratna Purwanti, M.Pd.
Thank you for Mr. Ahmad Riyandi Agusta, M.Pd, our Master of Ceremony today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to all guests and participants for your coming in the afternoon session of the first International Conference on Innovation, Creativity, and Educational Technology on Elementary School with the theme Revolution Instructional Strategy for the Society 5.0. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's pray and thank to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us mercies and blessings so we can attend together at International Conference on Friday, 18th of December 2020 in a good healthy condition, even though in the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ratna Purwanti from Early Childhood Education Program. I will be your moderator to guide International Conference in afternoon session today. Before the presentation begin, allow me to introduce the speaker. First, I apologize if there is a mistake. Please correct me if I am wrong. The first speaker in this afternoon session is Professor Dr. Loh So Chong, S.A.V. University of Malaya. Then, our second speaker, Professor Dr. Bambang Budiwiono, M.Pd, Universitas Negeri Malang. Our honorable speakers, I would like to inform you that we have presentation session 30 until 40 minutes, then question and answer session for 15 minutes. The presentation starts from per speaker and we will directly continue with question and answer session. Before we start the presentation, please let us to show the profile video.
Mrs. Lo So Chong is a full professor and head of Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Currently, she is an associate professor and head of department for the Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Faculty of Education, University of Malaya. Professor Dr. Lo So Chong received her bachelor degree in special education and both master's and PhD in educational psychology. Currently, she is an associate professor and head of department for the Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Faculty of Education, University of Malaya. Professor Lo So Chong research interests include teachers' self-efficacy, student self-concept, attribution retraining, attention development, motivation in learning, individualized education plan, assistive technology, and transitional plan for individuals with special needs. She had engaged in 25 researches and had applied 3 patents, 14 copyrights, and 1 trademarks. Professor Lo had received 7 international awards, 11 national awards, and 18 university awards. Among them are University of Malaya Excellent Award on 2013 and 2016, Malaysia Top 20 Author for 2009, 2011, and 2012 under the Malaysian Abstracting and Indexing in the worldwide academic case education, higher education. Professor Lo is honorary study and active life member for the National Association of Special Currently, she is panel assessment agency, editorial consultant of Australasian Journal of Special Education, and editorial board of Journal of Special Needs Education.
Professor Lo is currently a full professor and the head of the Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Her research interests include teacher self-efficacy, student self-concept, attribution retraining, attention development, motivation in learning, individualized education plan, assistive technology, and transitional plan for individuals with special needs. I would like to invite the first speaker. Please welcome Professor Dr. Lo So Chong, CAV. Time is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson. Okay. Before I proceed, can I?
Afternoon, Prof.
Can I know whether my slide will be operating from your side or I shall share screen?
Yes. Wait a minute, Prof.
Okay. While waiting, okay, thank you very much for Madam Chairperson for introducing me in this esteemed conference. I'm very much honored and privileged to be invited to present in this conference. And I know it's, time is short, but then I managed to, thanks for the opportunity for me to share with you some information here. Okay, I wouldn't say it's very detailed, but because the time constraints, so I will just manage to share a little information. Okay, this afternoon I'll be sharing with ladies and gentlemen, okay, on the topic on special needs education and ICT for the next decade. All right. So before I proceed, perhaps let me just show you the overview of my presentation that is in the second slide. Okay, the profile, I will skip the profile. Okay, so for this afternoon, I'll be sharing with you, okay, on the UNESCO Sustainable Development Goals, And I will proceed to talk a little bit about the Individuals with Disabilities Act, okay, which is the IDEA 2004. And I will move on to talk about provision of special education. What is ICT? ICT for everyday life. And further on that is ICT in education. And I will talk a little bit more about assistive technologies for persons with special needs. And what are the challenges of ICT in education? And what is ICT for the next decade? That includes AI, VR, AR, and IoT. Okay, and yeah, can I have my first slide? Yes, we know that for UNESCO, okay, there are 17 sustainable goals that have been launched by UNESCO, and this goal will last for 15 years, okay, until 2030. So it was launched in 2015, and there are 17 goals to be achieved within 15 years. So for today, my focus is more on SDG number 4, which is quality education. And then there's SDG 10, which is reduce inequalities. This is because this afternoon's topic is on special needs education, and we would like to see how ICT, okay, can assist these children with special needs, okay, in the provision of special education, and subsequently to reduce inequalities among them. All right, next. So we know that in special education, there are many acts, okay, especially from the United States of America. There are many acts that governing this in the special education, and one of it is the Individuals Disabilities Education Act, okay, or IDEA. So IDEA 2004 says that every child with special needs has to be given opportunity to attain free and relevant education in order to prepare them for tertiary education, work, and independent living. Okay, so I purposely highlight the word relevant here is because, sorry, I think there's some disruption on the screen. Okay, so the word relevant is being highlighted is because we need to see how ICT, okay, in this aspect can help the child, okay, to attain relevant education, okay, in order to prepare them for higher learning. All right, next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, in the provision of special education, okay, we would like to provide, okay, direct instruction activities or we call special learning experiences, okay, to be designed for these students who have identified as having exceptionalities in one or more aspects of the cognitive process or as being underachievers in relation to general level or model of their overall abilities. So special education is really very special because we tailor to the experience and we tailor to the level of cognitive process of these children who are normally being underachieved, okay, in relation to many levels, okay, compared to their peers. Next. Okay, such services usually are directed at students with the following conditions. So we know that there are a wide range of students that requires the provision of special education, okay, including those who are physically handicapped, okay, those with emotionally handicapped, mental retardation, or students with learning disabilities. We need to be reminded that students in the field of gifted and talented are also included in some of the special education program, mainly not because they are like the learning disabilities group, but because they need special education to cater to their advanced needs, okay? That is for the gifted and talented students. Next. So what is ICT, right? So we have been talking about ICT, okay, which is information, communication, and technology. So ICT is the use of electronic computers, communication devices, and software application to transmit, okay, process, store, create, display, share or exchange information. So we know that when we talk about ICT, it is just not covering on the devices, but it's how the devices able to help us, okay, to transmit, to process, to store, to create, to display, or to share or exchange information, right? So there's the huge role of ICT here. Now, can I go to the next slide? Now, here we can see that there are different functions of ICT. If we're thinking about the information domain, okay, where we say about creation, processing, storage, display, transmission, and exchange, okay, so we can see that there are different technologies that come together with its function or role. Okay, in terms of creation, okay, we know that we already have personal computers, laptops being devised. Okay, we have digital camera, we have scanner, we have smartphone. Okay, so these are under the technology of creation. And for the processing, okay, we have the calculator, PC, smartphone to help us to process the information. And for the storage, okay, we know that we have CD, but I think nowadays people do not use CD anymore. And then we used to have DVD, pen drive, even pen drive nowadays we seldom use already. And then now it's people talking about microchip and cloud computing. So that's mainly for storage. And for display, okay, we use PC, we use TV, we have projector, and we do have smartphone that helps to display the information. And in terms of transmission, of course, we need internet, okay, and we have teleconference like what we are having today. It's all due to the happening of ICT. Okay, we have video conferencing, we have mobile technology, radio, etc. And for exchange, we have email and cell phone. So these are basically the role of ICT. Now, what are the ICT for everyday life? Okay, basically the ICT can be used in many aspects in our life. Here, I would like to highlight 5 aspects. Okay, ICT for travel. Okay, wherever we go, we always need to have our ICT devices. We use ICT for socializing. We use ICT for home. We use ICT even for health, like to monitor our health system or health progress. And we do have ICT for education. All right, next, I would like to show you the example. Okay, like for example, ICT for travel. This is something that is useful for those with visual impairment. So we can see that with the accessible map, okay, the people with visual impairment will know, okay, at which area they are at. Okay, let's say this area, this is a map for a zoo where they know about information about wheelchair accessible ramps and also the restrooms and also other places like bank, etc., or restaurant. Okay, so that they can be able to move towards those places or access towards these facilities. So this accessible map is very useful, and of course, it incorporates the features, again, to be accessed by these people with visual impairment. Okay, next, I would like to show you ICT for socializing. I hope that we have been hearing about this already for some time. It was started in 2013. I think Google Class is nowadays very common, but one also get to know that Google Class can be used by children with autism, get to learn to read facial expression of other people. Okay, so there are chips here where it runs on this Google Glass, and then it stores information and it translates, okay, the information. So when the child wears this Google Glass, okay, it will help the child to recognize facial expression. Of course, there are many more functions, okay, that people without disability also can wear this Google Glass. Okay, it doesn't mean that it has to be meant for children with special needs. Right, so ICT for work. Now, have you seen this talking hand? Okay, so this talking hand can be worn on the fingers, and it can be used by people who is deaf-blind, okay, that who will use this for communicating, okay, using tactile alphabets. So they just need to press and pinch, okay, on the different parts of these gadgets, and that will represent the alphabets that they want to represent, okay, and they want to convey. So this is something that we can use at work. All right, next is ICT for home. I'm sure this is very common, okay, among the Indonesian families and also Malaysian families. It's getting very common nowadays, where we can get the the vacuum cleaner, and it is the robot vacuum cleaner where it helps us to clean our house or the floor, okay, without much laborious. Okay, so it is very convenient. Okay, of course, it comes with advantages and disadvantages, because this robot vacuum cleaner is a round shape, okay, and for certain corner of the houses, you may find difficulties because the robot vacuum cleaner can move in certain directions. Okay, so it doesn't go or dwell into the corners so much. Right, ICT for health. Okay, now this is something that we can use to monitor our health. So this is a healthy eating apps. Okay, so we can download in the phone. Of course, there needs some installation, and these apps will help to monitor what and how much one eats by calculating the calorie intake. Okay, so this is something that is relating to health. Right, the next is, can I have, okay, ICT in education. I think this is more on the focus of today's sharing. We can see that in education, we have been using or incorporating ICT very much. So this social networking, okay, between the education counterparts, okay, have become very much virtual. And then there's the barrier of distance to communicate has been dissolved, which means that now teachers and students, okay, whether special needs or typical, okay, we will have, we will see that the barrier for communicating has been reduced due to the implementation of ICT in education. Like for example, now during the pandemic, okay, although the students are working, staying at home, lecturers are working from home, okay, I'm sure that learnings are still ongoing, and there's not much disturbance unless we do not have internet or Wi-Fi connection, then learning may be disrupted. Otherwise, the learning is still ongoing with students staying at home, lecturers or teachers staying at their houses. Okay, so the barrier seems to be dissolved, and we know that the digital revolution has come, and it has made data processing very easily to handle. Okay, so now everyone is talking about Google Drive, and we don't use external hard disks. Okay, we don't use pen drive. We are more towards using the Google Drive or maybe the cloud. Okay, we said we store our data in the cloud. Okay, so there's something different nowadays. And ICT also provide an ideal platform for learning in the new paradigm. Okay, so in time to come, okay, for children with special needs as well, okay, ICT devices has been getting more useful, okay, from now until the years to come. All right, next. Okay, now I would like to go more specifically into assistive technology for the special needs. Right, so in special education, the student, of course, will be learning a lot of subjects, okay, but that is all dealing with functional academic. Apart from the functional academic, okay, we also see that there's a lot of need, okay, for these children to use assistive technology. Okay, so the word assistive means that it helps, okay. So these technology devices, okay, will help to a certain extent on maybe like helping the child to do reading or maybe hearing, like for those with visual impairment, they will need to wear the hearing aid, and that hearing aid itself can be a kind of assistive technology. Okay, so reading, we have talked about it just now, and communication, okay, we may use some devices, okay, to help the child to initiate the talking. Okay, if the child is nonverbal, for example, children with autism spectrum disorder, if they are nonverbal, then we may use certain devices to elicit or trigger his speech. Okay, other than that, we have still a lot more skills, which I'm not going to delve into it. Of course, you can see from this picture that there are many skills that is being helped or assisted by the technology. Okay, next. Okay, in terms of assistive technology for the special needs, there are three different types of devices here. Basically, we have the low technology, we call it low tech devices. Later on, I'll show you another two types. Okay, so for these low technology devices, it is just as simple as materials or utensils like pencil grips, okay, and maybe cards, flash cards, okay, or manipulative devices, which is like using counting and sorting out. Okay, so that is not much element of technology though. That's why it is called low-tech devices. Right. The next slide is about the mid technology devices. Okay, this is middle range technology devices. So you can see here on the right hand side, this is called board maker. So this board maker can be placed, okay, in the assistive technology devices like there's a board, okay, a device which is a hard. You can see on the left hand side, okay, where you can see the orange color. That is called board maker, and then we can place these pictures or icons into the board, and then the child can get to press certain items, whether forward or backward, and then press on those icons, okay, to elicit the communication. That means to start the communication with people around them. Okay, so on the left hand bottom corner, you can also see the jelly bean. So those are the mid technology devices. Mid means middle range. Okay, so you may have like magnifying glass, okay, and then you may see other things. Okay, so that is called middle range technology devices. All right, next. Okay, next we have a lot also high technology devices where we call high tech. Okay? High tech means that it requires more advanced technology. Like on the left hand side is a CCTV, and of course this CCTV is not the civilian CCTV that we install in our house, but it is rather a CCTV that can help, okay, the students with visual impairment to obtain the paragraphs. Okay, so when they put the book, okay, the page of the book under the CCTV, and the CCTV will help to enlarge the font of this reading material, okay, so that those with low vision will be able to see or read the text that's being displayed in the screen. On my right hand side is the eye gaze technology. Okay, this is commonly used for children with cerebral palsy, where the child is unable to speak, okay, due to cerebral palsy. But then with this eye gaze technology, okay, the child can position his eyes, okay, to certain objects in front of the screen, and from there the caregiver or the teacher will know what the child means, okay, by just shifting her eyes, of course using the eye gaze technology. So that is quite advanced technology that we have, but it is not that new though. It has been for 10 years already. All right, next. We are talking about education for AI era. Okay, so what is AI? AI is artificial intelligence, and this has been used in special education and is found to be very effective, especially for children with autism spectrum disorder, or in short, this ASD. Okay, so you can see that, let's say on the right-hand side, on the top right, again, you can see the two social robots, okay, being placed there, and these two social robots can help children with autism to gain social skills. Okay, so of course, the robot has to be programmed, okay, so that we know that what skills that we are going to inculcate among the students. Okay, so you can see also below, that's the diagram below, that the students are interacting with the Now robot. This robot is called Now, N-A-O, Now. Okay, and this is from Japan. The robot is from Japan. So research has shown that, okay, there are skills that this robot can help to inculcate or help the child to develop. Okay, so it could be skills in terms of language and communication, reading, writing, or maths, okay, but more on the social skills. Okay, so we have seen research that's being dwelled into incorporating AI, especially in this sense, is a robot, okay, in helping the child with autism to gain some skills in their daily life. The more recent technology that in place in our world is the virtual reality. Okay, now virtual reality has also been used by teachers who teach children with special needs, and virtual reality enables the children to immerse, okay, in an environment that complements the real world exploration. Okay, so the child have to wear on the goggle, and from there they will get to experience the real life situation. For example, here I give an example of visiting the zoo. Okay, so they will be able to see the real environment of the zoo, and then they will navigate the environment in the zoo by wearing this. and as though they are already in the real scenario in the zoo. Okay, so from there will be teaching ongoing with that, and then of course this will be guided, okay, by the teachers, okay, on what the child has to experience on. Okay, so this is called virtual reality. Next. Okay, the next is augmented reality. Okay, augmented reality is AR. It is somewhat similar to VR, but it is actually a bit different. But you can see the word augmented means like it just come out. Okay, it comes out. So nowadays we have these books. Okay, this kind of books like initially it was in the 2-dimensional. That means you have the wording, the pictures. But once you have the smartphone, it can be a smartphone, and then you install the apps of AR. And of course, the book has to be produced in such a way that it allows for the AR incorporation. And for this, when during learning, okay, it can be very interactive because the child with the AR apps application, okay, it will help the child to understand better because the object stands out, okay, as though it is real. Okay, and there's the child can do touch screen kind of activities, and it has to be it can be very interactive. So this is found to be very useful for children with intellectual disabilities, autism spectrum disorder, or those with hyperactivity disorder like ADHD, and also for those with physical disabilities, because the touching is very user friendly because it just requires the touching and the drag and drop, the kind of motion within the users. All right, next. Okay, I'm almost coming to the end, but nowadays the current trend is the Internet of Things, okay, IoT. I hope you have heard about this. Internet of Things is about smart everyday object, okay, connecting to the internet, identifying themselves to other devices through communication protocols like RFID, okay, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, QR codes, and also acting upon the information without human intervention. So we have come to the era that last time it used to be human-human interaction, and then next then we have human object or human technology interaction. Nowadays we have come to the era where we have machine-to-machine intervention. That means without the human interaction. Okay, so for example, QR codes. Okay, so sometimes you may wondering how do a person with visual impairment, okay, do their shopping in the shopping mall, and then how do they find out the prices of these goods, that they're going to purchase. So sometimes if with certain device they carry, okay, they can just scan the object. Okay, there's a barcode there. They scan the object with the barcode, and then they know already the pricing for the good. So it's kind of very easy. Of course, this is the IoT being happening. All right, next. So the increased connection is a sign of increased machine-to-machine communication, which is built on cloud computing and networks of data gathering sensors. It's mobile, virtual, and instantaneous connection. Okay, so this is the latest era that we have, machine-to-machine interaction. Okay, so one was still wondering, okay, whether it still makes sense with the teachers being present in the classroom to teach the students. But what I can see is that this is convenient, but somehow in the classroom where we are handling children with special needs, ICT will still the tool that can assist us, but I wouldn't say that it will replace the teachers altogether. Right, next. So what are the challenges of ICT in education? Okay, having shared all the possible existence of ICT in education, I'm sure in many contexts, okay, we still face some constraints that include financial constraints. Okay, so certain institutions may have financial constraints to purchase, okay, certain ICT devices for the faculty use or for the institution use. And then they may face infrastructure constraint to a certain extent. And of course, a human resource constraint comes in here is because they may have not have enough personnel, okay, to operate such devices using the advanced technology. And for psychological aspect, okay, they may have staff or personnel who have fear, okay, who have fear in dealing with this kind of advancement of the technology devices. Okay, so basically these are few constraints, but of course there are still more constraints, okay, that we can name. Okay, so for today I just share with you 4 constraints. So as a conclusion of my sharing this afternoon, okay, we can see that the advancement of ICT has changed the entire world, of course. But for children with special needs, okay, with ICT, it will allow for personalized instruction, which can help to boost their learning. So we are moving towards, we are now in 21st century. Okay, so to keep this 21st century learning meaningful, ICT still remains important, and I can say that it is gaining even more importance, okay, in assisting the learning process of these children. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I have come to the end of the sharing, and that's my last slide. I thank you for listening. All right, thank you very much. So I pass that control to the Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Prof, for insightful and inspiring presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just listening to the presentation of the topic, and now the question and answer session. All your questions will be very useful feedback for this conference. Therefore, do not hesitate to write your question in the chat. Okay, well, I have one question from Maulida. What can we do if ICT has problems when we use it in our daily activities? Do we have to throw it away and replace it with a new one, or repair it so that it can still be used?
Okay. Yeah, we don't deny that, of course, sometimes when we want to use the ICT devices and then it gives us problems. So the question is, what can we do if ICT has problem when we use it in our daily life and daily activities? Okay, as I said earlier on, ICT will not be replaced 100% of what we want to do. So whatever it is, ICT is the tool, okay, that can assist us in our delivery of the talk and whatsoever. But still, I can say that activities will still ongoing if ICT give problems. So just in our class, okay, let's say we want to teach the children and then we find that certain ICT devices is giving problem. That means that our class activity does not confine to just ICT activity or ICT related activities. So we do plan a lot of other activities like in relation to the nature, in relation to the play-based learning kind of activity. So there are a variety of activities, that we plan that according to the child's learning needs. But ICT comes in as just a tool. Okay, so for example, you want to use certain computer software and on that day it doesn't work. Okay, so you may have to opt for alternative activities that allow you to proceed with your teaching and learning with the children. Okay, and of course, for the second question, do we have to throw away and replace it with a new one or repair it so that it can still be used? Well, that depends on your, I think, your own decision here, because sometimes when you bring certain devices for repair and you were told that, okay, even the repair cost is more than the cost that you purchase. So in that sense, you may consider want to recycle it, okay? But I wouldn't say throw away, but rather you can recycle it. Recycle means there's unit that comes over to your house or maybe to your institution, and they will help to refurbish the overhaul, refurbish the ICT devices, and then from there they will redistribute it to other like orphanage homes or old folks home. Those not at certain centers that they need these devices, but they may not have the ability to purchase. So for you to recycle, I wouldn't say throw, because there's a campaign in our country like Malaysia to recycle this kind of ICT gadgets. So we are not encouraging people to throw away, but rather recycle and let them refurbish and redistribute, reuse, okay, for other purposes. I hope that answers your question. All right.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And then here I have
a question here.
Pardon me?
Right. One more question here. How if someday the teacher is replaced by a robot? What's your opinion about it? Right, I'm reading the question from the chat box.
Okay.
Do I still have time to answer this question? Do I have
Yes,
time?
please.
Okay. Okay, this is a very good question, and I do also have a discussion with my students, and I ask them to predict, okay, whether at one day to come, okay, whether they are being replaced by robot. Of course, at this moment, okay, we can see that robot is getting into our arena, even education arena. But robot is also created by human being. Okay? But nowadays we have robot that's so clever. They act like a human being. So we call them humanoid. Okay, so this humanoid, okay, they can do a lot of things, okay, just like what human being can do. But one thing that's lacking in this humanoid could be the emotion part that the human has, but they do not have. Okay, so if to answer this question, whether teachers will be replaced by robots, I would say that we are still very important. Okay, I mean whether we are student or teachers, it's still very important for us to be present in the school or classrooms to train or to educate the students. The robot, to me, at this moment, okay, at least at this moment, it still belong to the assistive part. That means helping, but not to overrule the whole the whole role of the teachers, okay, in educating the next generation.
Okay. Prof, I have one question more. It is from chat private. How to handle child special needs to return to the school after COVID-19 pandemic situation?
How to help, okay, children with special needs to return to the
Yes.
school after COVID-19 pandemic? All right, that is a very difficult question to answer, okay, but I'll try to answer. Basically, I think the situation faced by teachers from Indonesia is also almost the same faced by teachers in Malaysia, okay. The scenario here in Malaysia is that we are having different kind of MCO, movement control order, and currently we are having the CMCO, okay, conditional movement control order. Before that, we have the recovery movement control order. So during the recovery movement control order, students, teachers are asked to go back, okay, to the schools to resume their study. Okay, but of course, when the third wave came, okay, gelombang ketiga, when the third wave came, and then we have the CMCO again. So now teachers and students are back to home. That means they study from home. Okay, so initially when we have RMC, okay, we ask the teachers and students to come back to the school, and then we do face problems. Okay, especially children with special needs. Okay, some of the parents, when they start to work, okay, they do not have I mean, the parents are, some of them are still work from home, some work from office, and then some children who are asked to come to the center, but may be prohibited by the parents because they thought that if the child were to come back to the school, and then they may get not being affected by this COVID-19. So then some of them were being placed at home. That means they didn't come back to the school. Okay, for this, in the Malaysian context, okay, of course, teachers were complaining about that. It's very difficult, okay, to get the students to online learning because while the child is still opt for staying at home, right? The teachers are back to school, and then the children don't want to come to the school. They are staying at home. So what the Malaysian teachers have to do is that they have to do hybrid. Hybrid means like partially is face to face, and then partially is online. So they have to do hybrid with the children. But of course, when they do hybrid with the children, okay, the children are at home. Okay, so the children will have to be together with the caregiver to have the online learning ongoing, and then the teachers have to monitor from the school or the center where they are in. Okay, so that is a bit difficult. Okay, but we have seen that some centers they have come up with adaptive activities during this pandemic. Okay, so the adaptive activities is meant to, for these children, still carry out activities at home. Of course, the teacher is monitoring through the screen. So like a lot of things can still be done, meaning that the child at home will still be guided by a caregiver. Of course, being communicative with the teachers, that means they are not just staying at home alone, but they need to set up communication with the teachers. and the teachers will set up adaptive activities, and then they monitor from the center. So that kind of activities are still ongoing. Okay, so if they do not come back to the school, then we kind of cannot force them, but we have to think about alternative, okay, to teach them at their context. That means when they're at home, we have to think of alternative to teach them at home. I hope they answer your question, Madam Chair.
Okay, Prof. Thank you. And then one more question from the chat room from Mr. Arif.
Okay.
Do you have the special program for deaf children at Malaysia? What are the strengths and program for them? Are the government give them the scholarship? Thank you.
Okay, good question. That's interesting. Okay, in the Malaysian context, okay, we have the government, with the government's help, okay, we have set up the Permata Genius, okay, Permata Genius. That last time was called Permata Pintar Malaysia, okay, but after that it has changed name to Genius, Permata Genius, okay. That is Genius Center, okay, that is placed under University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And from there, okay, they will have few round of assessment, okay, for entry into the Permata Genius Center. And in that center, the student will learn quite advanced program, okay, because let's say they're at the teenagers, okay, they may have learned already at the advanced level, means like after they get this advanced program, they were being sent to overseas, like for example, USA. Normally they're being sent to overseas, like the United States of America. And from there, of course, all this will be sponsored by the government. Okay, so the strengthening program is more like helping them in the science and mathematics and engineering. So it's more towards the STEM discipline. STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics discipline. So we have more students on these science streams, and they are under the government scholarship. Okay, so there are quite a number being sent overseas to the Western countries.
Thank you very much, Prof, for insightful answer for us.
Raising
Maybe this is
hand.
the last questions
Okay.
from chat privately. Based on the explanation before that every child with special needs has to be given opportunity to attain free in order to prepare them for education, work, and independent living. How about a child who does not give chance to attain free from their parents?
You mean the child with special needs, but they are not given the free education from their parents?
Yes.
So
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, this one has to be highlighted to the parents. Okay, that means we normally tell teachers in the school, if we notice that a particular child that may need special attention, okay, or to be sent for diagnosis, so we need to alert the parents that this child, we do not say that they have problem, but we tell the parents that we have done some observation and we notice that his behavior has shown as such, so that we advise, okay, the parent to bring the child for further diagnosis. But again, we know that a lot of parents are just not able to accept that situation that the child is having problem. Okay, so many a times they will say that, oh, my child has no problem, there's nothing no wrong with my child. But again, that I think communication with the parents will be very useful if we do frequent communication, provided also that the teachers do frequent observation with the child. So once we have observed some symptom of the child, we continue to observe for some more while, let's say for 3 to 6 months. And after that, if this child consistently exhibit the behavior or inappropriate behavior or whatso symptom, then we have to relate to the parents again, okay? Because with such observation data, as the informal data, we can kind of like convince the parent more, okay? Rather than just tell them once and say that, no, let's bring your child for diagnosis. So of course, this is related to the provision of special education, the free special education to the child. So if parent were to like not being accepted or not at the acceptance mode about the child's problem, so it's a bit difficult because then they will exploit, okay, the chance of this child being receive the free special education in the country, whether in Indonesia or Malaysia or any other place. So what I see is that it's the parents' readiness or acceptance is very important. Until the parents accept, okay, then we may need to do more talking to the parents, so then they can change their attitude, their mindset, okay, and then they can start to be alerted about that. Oh, it is very important to give education to my child as early as possible. Okay, so that is the thing I think we can do as teachers.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I think that's enough for the question from participant, as we know that the explanation is very inspiring for us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, this is the end of question and answer per session. But before we close the session, I would like to conclude about this discussion that in the 21st century learning, ICT remains important in assessing the learning process of these children. The advancement of ICT has changed the entire world for children with special needs. It allows for personalized instruction which can help to boost their learning. Thank you, Prof. We hope that we can meet on another occasion. We hope that you can visit Indonesia later, Banjarmasin, or Kalimantan especially.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Halo. Oh, tes. Apa nih Desya? Oh. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Still our next presenter, down about maybe 15 minutes because he have he can fulfill time for watching the Baksa Kembang dance from PGULN, students PGSDM. We can see the profile. Habis sudah itu. Oh. Please, for our participants, not leave this conference today because we'll have one more. This is because if all of the participants cannot full in the conference, all of you maybe can't get certificate. So please don't leave first. Okay, good afternoon, Prof. Ban. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker is already here now.
Baik, assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Prof.
This is time for me to present my report.
Sorry, Prof. We can listen clearly your sounds.
Oh yeah.
Because your connection is red, Prof.
Can I start to present our paper?
Yes, we can see clearly, Prof.
Oh yeah.
Prof, excuse me.
Yeah.
Maybe I will inform you about the rules. So you have around 30 minutes until 40 minutes for your explanation. And around the left is for the Q&A, Prof.
Oh yeah. Okay. 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 I would like to present my paper. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will present about the role of research for improving the quality of education in the era of society 5.0. We know that there are some industrial revolutions from industrial revolutions 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0. And now we have been in the industrial revolutions 5.0 or society 5.0. There are some characteristics in these steps in the industrial revolutions. And now we focus on the cooperations between men and machines as human intelligence works in the harmony with cognitive computing. And some characteristics are cooperation between man and machine as human intelligence works in harmony with cognitive computing. Return of human hand and minds in the industrial framework. Men and machines reconcile and find ways to work together to improve the means and efficiency of productions. Involve the interaction of human intelligence and cognitive computing. Combines humans and computerized machinery are expected to take manufacturing to new levels of speed and perfections. Prove more advantageous to the environment as companies develop systems that run on renewable energy and eliminate waste. Is aimed at supporting, not superseding, humans, finding the optimal balance of efficiency and productivity. And we know that school as a system, there are some components of the system related and dependent to act the transformation process. And to achieve the quality of education at school must high performing and adverse leadership and management. And second, practice of education and instructions. And that's school resources supported by school resources. And what supported by company, by the culture, the high culture, the good culture. So the school become the systemic continuous improvement process. So that if we know the basic as a culture and the ways through the effective strategy and through the process, and we know that the education as dynamics, so that there are three components that very useful. At first, the body of knowledge, the body of knowledge and the real words and the learner's mind. The body of knowledge is very important to develop the learners. And the learners must based on the real words. So that the body knowledge, we must more research and to study about the worlds and become the knowledge that we must give to the learners. This is a very, very important. So that we can, there are some approach in the research, qualitative and quantitative or mixing methods. That through the research, we can study about the worlds, and based of the worlds, we can give instruction to the learners. And if we see about the three dharma of higher educations, there are 3 points. At first, education and instructions. Second, research, and third, communication or service or developments. So that to support the quality of educations, we must more research and research. Based on the research results, we can improve our instruction or educations. And the research results can be give to develop the community. So that 3 point is very important for the higher educations. Every lecturer must do that. Education instructions, research, and community service or developments. And now, what the indicator of quality of education in the organization system? We can look at all the component of the system of educations. At first, the context, and second, inputs, and that process, what outputs, and outcome. The indicator of education, not only in the outputs actually, but start from the context, then input, process, output, and outcomes. Content is good, the input is good, the process is good, and output is good, then the outcome is good. There are the indicator of the quality of educations. So that the evaluation must all the components. At first, must evaluate about the context, and second, evaluate the inputs, and that evaluate the process, and evaluate the outputs, and evaluate the outcome. So that if the context is good, the input is good, the process is good, the output is good, and outcome is good, there are the indicator of the quality of education. That based on the evaluation of the context, we can plan the education well. Based on the evaluation of the inputs, we can organize things well. And based on the evaluation of the process, we can always revise and modify the implementations so that we can achieve the good outputs. And then, based on the outputs, we can see the advance of outputs that is the outcome. This is the final of the result of the education. And if we can achieve the good outputs, we can achieve the efficiency of productivity. And outcome, we can achieve the effectiveness of the educations. And to achieve the quality of educations, I think we can see the component of educations. And the research, the role of the research is very important to achieve the quality of educations. For example, the students. How to improve the student well? We can research about the students. We know that there are a lot of the factors that influence the student achievements. The factor can divide into two dimensions. And at first, internal factors, for example, intelligence, aptitudes, motivation, interest, readiness, and maturity. There are the internal factors that influence the student achievement. And the second, the external factors. For example, instruction strategy, teacher, curriculum, facilities, family, community, and physical environments. All the factors influence the student achievements. But which one, the best factor that determines the student achievement? That is still a big question that we must research and research to answer about the questions. Based on the statement, maybe we can follow up next to do the research. And we know in the education and instructional process at school, we can there is 3 factors that determines the success of the students. At first, teaching and learning. Second, guidance and counseling. Third, educational management. The 3 factors is very important. You can do the education at school and to improve the students. At first, the student to become a good output. The student can a high achievement of student. We must do the teaching and learning, the effective teaching and learning. And second, maybe we can help the student can develop optimal. We must give guidance and counseling. And the education and instruction or guidance and counseling can be conducted well if we do the educational management well, so that to manage the school effectively, to manage the school efficiently, we can do the teaching and learning and guidance and counseling effective. So that's the factor is very important to develop the students at school. Okay. Instruction or education system. There are some components that interrelated and dependent to the transformation process. There are objectives, content, instructional strategy, instructional method, instructional media, learning resources, material, and assessment. There are the components of the instructional system. But if we look at all comprehensively, we can see that there are some components there are some components that very important, and there are some components that support in the educational and instructional process. And we can look at and divide into the material factor and non-material. For example, material is educational facilities, educational program, but not material. For example, the human resources, teacher, principal, and staff. There are the component of instructional system. And there are inputs. The main input is the students, and the students follow the instructional process, and so that we can they get a lot of knowledge, skill, and and the other capabilities, so that become the good outputs, and they can develop the community. So that's to become to do the instructional process well, we must know about the instructional components. And there are some questions about that. For example, what is the most dominant variable that determines the student achievement? What is the most dominant variable that determines the student achievement? We can do the research about that. We can study about that through the research. Which the most dominant variable from some variable that I mentioned here. Based on the one research, Heinemann and Locke, based on 4 components that are teacher, management, facilities, and learning times, the teachers as dominant variable that influence the student achievements. Maybe we can look at in the picture. Yeah? The most dominant is the teacher, and 3 and 4%, 30 and 4% teacher, and 20 and 6% facilities, and 20 and 2% management, and 18% is learning time. So that the teacher is the dominant factor, the dominant variable that influence the student achievement. This is the result. Based on the result, we can follow up so that to achieve the quality of education, we must develop competence and capabilities of teaching. We can improve the professionalism of teaching based on the research. So the research is very important for us. And the second, for example, in the selection system, what is the most dominant competence affecting the success of the student learning process? We have several systems in the selection, but which the system that very effective to select the student in the entrance test. We have conducted the research about that in the postgraduate program. It tests about the predictive validity of the English, psychology, and bit of study competency tests with graduate student academic achievement. We know that to enter in the postgraduates, we must follow the 3 kinds of the tests. At first, English competency, and second, psychology, and third, bit of study competency. Bit of study competency is related with the study programs. For example, in the educational management study program, we must follow the test about the educational. With the subjects that influence the success of the student when follow the study. And this our research based on 3 kinds of tests: English subject, psychology, and field of study. Only field of study competency that supports the success of student in the semester, 1 semester and 2nd semester, and support the grade point average of the students. But English subject and psychology, it's not to influence. And the field of study competency very important for the candidates. The competency about that will support the competency when along the studying the semester 1 and semester. Then, in learning process, what is the most dominant variable that influence student achievement? What is the most dominant variable that influence student achievement? Jadi variabel apa yang paling dominan pengaruh terhadap prestasi in the learning process? When we have conducted the research about that, and we get 3 variables. At first, learning environment, and second, learning habits, and third, learning motivations. Which variable that influence, that affects the student academic achievements? And all the variables have significant correlations with the academic achievements. But the most dominant variable that's effect in the student academic achievements is learning habit. And second, learning motivation. And third, learning environment. But learning environments influence the learning habit and learning motivations. So that the variables are very important to consider if we must improve the student academic achievement. But at first, we must concern about the learning habit of students, and second, about the learning motivation, and third, about the learning environment. Based on the results, we can follow up and can improve the student academic achievement. This is the of the research. And teacher, maybe we know that teacher is very important variable to improve the student achievements. But if we compare with the facilities and the managements and all learning times, the teacher is the most variable that have the high effects to the student achievements. So that we must study. We must study about the teacher. And teacher role. What is the teacher role? There are several roles of teacher in the educational system. The teacher is a dominant factor that determines the student achievement, behavior, and competence is dependent on the learning process executed by the teachers. If the teacher are able to teach, guide the student well, to teach and guide the student well, it will improve the performance, competence, and personality of the student. Peranan guru sangat besar bagi guru merupakan faktor dominan yang menentukan prestasi. Jika guru mampu mengajar dan membimbing murid dengan baik, maka akan dapat meningkatkan prestasi, kompetensi maupun kepribadian. And there are some role of teacher. Teacher is educator, teacher is leader, teacher is administrator, teacher is supervisor, teacher is manager, innovator, motivator, and evaluator. To improve the quality of education, we must develop the teacher professionalism. And we know that there are some ways to improve the teacher professionalism. And we can divide into two ways. At first, in the in-service education, and the second, in the in-service education. Pendidikan guru sekolah dasar. Pendidikan guru sekolah dasar is in-service education for teacher. And if they have become a teacher, we must give the in-service education to improve the teacher professionalism. Jadi PGSD itu pendidikan prajaga in-service. Setelah menjadi guru, ya, setelah tujuh, through the recruitment of teacher, through the orientations, become a teacher, must follow the in-service education. Jadi setelah menjadi guru harus mengikuti program, program apa? Yaitu program in-service education, pendidikan dalam jasa. There are some kind of the in-service education or on-service education. In-service education, in on-service education is the technique to improve the student, the teacher professionalism. There are some technique in service education and service training, instructional supervisions, upgrading, and so on. On-servicing related with the work of the teacher. For example, action result, lessons reading, and teacher meeting. This is kind of the teacher development on service education. And beside that, the leader must manage teacher well. Job description, responsibility, salary, job condition, promotion, rotations. We must do the good management. That we can improve the student well. And based on the evaluation, we can use the data to do the performance appraisal. And based the performance appraisal, we can also improve through the service education or on service. Jadi ada satu timbal balik. Kalau ini mengembangkan guru itu bisa in service education, bisa juga on service education. Itu juga berdasarkan apa? Kita lihat itu misalkan penilaian kinerjanya. Tetapi hasil daripada service education itu juga bisa digunakan dasar pengembangan berikutnya. Sehingga ini juga mengandung unsur penilaian juga di dalam program in service education dan on service education. Jadi ini I'm sorry, before become a teacher, candidate of teacher must follow the profession educations, teacher professional educations. And after that, we must follow the orientations or inductions. After that, become a teacher and to develop, become a teacher professionals, become a professional teacher. They must follow the in-service education program or on-service education. So that teacher always improve continuously. Okay, that's then development of teacher. There are a lot of techniques. There are a lot of approaches. There are a lot of principles. But which one that most effective? The most effective development or effective supervision technique to develop the teacher professionals. banyak sekali cara untuk mengembangkan guru, tetapi mana yang paling efektif untuk mengembangkan profesionalisme? Which the most effective supervision technique to develop the teacher professionalism? We have conducted research about that, and we get the research results for that. Maybe I can get a sample about the results. The supervision techniques. There are a lot of the supervision techniques, and we study 20 and 6 techniques, but only 8 techniques that influence the teacher performance effectively. That are classroom action visit, classroom visitation, teaching demonstration in activities, teacher work group meeting, training, seminar, and clinical supervision. And we get the coefficient of correlations significant with error probability below 0.05, so that we can conclude that the correlation is significant. There are classroom action, classroom visitation, teacher demonstration in activities, teacher work group meeting, training, seminar, clinical. Saya telah mengkaji, kita mengkaji 26 teknik pembinaan, tapi hanya 8 ini yang memiliki kontribusi yang cukup tinggi, signifikan ya, terhadap kinerja dari guru. So that if we would like to improve the competence of teacher, we must use the 8 techniques. Sehingga kalau kita mau mengembangkan kompetensi guru, maka 8 teknik ini sangat bagus. Nah, I think the finding is very useful to develop the teacher competence. Okay, we follow. We continue the results. Second, we study about 1 techniques that often conducted by teacher. That is a teacher group meeting. And in the teacher group meeting, there are some activities. For example, lesson plan preparations, or making the lesson plan together. Some teacher meet, discuss, and construct the lesson plan, prepare the lesson plan together. Is the activity influence the teacher professionalism? And based on our research, it's very significant. The lesson plan preparation activity influence the teacher professionalism. There is a coefficient correlations that is significant. And second, making learning media significant. And that teaching demonstration significant. And but delivering material significant. And 5, discussion. But the most activity, the most dominant activity, kegiatan yang paling dominan, effects to the teacher on the teacher's professionalism is teaching demonstration, yaitu yang ini mempengaruhi paling tinggi terhadap profesionalisme guru adalah demonstrasi. And second, making learning media. Because we use the professionalism of teacher based on the competence of teaching or instructions. That making learning media and teaching demonstration is very important to improve the teaching competence of about the the teaching and learning, and then the teacher constructs and writes a lesson plan together. All of the activity have significant correlation with the teacher professionals or teacher. These results we can follow up to improve the professionalism of teacher. We can use the ways. We can use the strategies lesson plan preparations, making learning media, teaching demonstration, delivering material or discussion. That's supervision approach. And to study about that, we use the Glickman theory, namely the developmental supervisions. There are three approaches in the supervisions. At first, directive, second, non-directive, and third, collaborative. Which one that influence, that have the highest correlation with the teacher competence? And we conduct, describe about the approach that's often conducted by supervisor. At first, collaborative, and second, non-directive, and third, directive. And up to the opinion of teacher, the collaborative is the most effective to improve themselves. Jadi, kolaboratif supervisi yang paling efektif untuk mengembangkan PRIMA. Jadi ini adalah temuan yang sangat baik. Sehingga, so that when we do the supervisions and use the supervision approach, we must more use the collaborative approach to improve the student competence. And second, non-directive, and third, directive. But about that, we must consider about the characteristics of teacher. Maybe if teacher and the professional teacher, we must use the non-directive. But if the teacher is drop off, maybe we must more use the directive approach. But maybe in the middle, we can divide into two kind of the teacher. Yeah, at first the critical analytics, and second unfocused worker. Maybe we must use more collaborative supervision approaches. Based on the research, we can improve the teacher well. And third, the principal is very important in the school system. Principal as leader, principal as manager, and principal as administrator of the school. And if the principal has high capability, he or she will improve the quality of education at school. Principal leadership is one of the aspects determining the success of the education at school. Good education quality should be supported by effective leadership of the principal. And we have conducted research about that. We know that there are a lot of theory of leadership or samples. We have theory leadership, two-dimensional leadership, contingency leadership, situational leadership, participative leadership, charismatic leadership, exemplary leadership, transformational leadership, and so on, and so on. Which the theory that very effective used by principle, which is And at first, we conducted research, used the two-dimensional leadership theory. And we use, there are 2 dimensions. At first, people-oriented, and second, task-oriented. So that we can high in people-oriented, but low in the task-oriented. High task-oriented, low, and people-oriented. But maybe low in the people-oriented and low in the task-oriented. And high in the people-oriented, high task-oriented. So that there are 4 styles. And just about 360 school when conducted the research. And we compare between 4 the leadership style, yeah, we can find that integrated leadership and people-oriented leadership are very effective to improve the moral of the teacher. And we use the 2 classification of school, the high quality school and low quality school. And there is no interactions. There is no interaction. But integrated leadership and people-oriented leadership very effective. Used by the principal to improve the teacher moral. And what is the integrated leadership? Integrated leadership and high in the people-oriented and high in task-oriented. And people-oriented, high in the people-oriented, but low in the task-oriented. Menggunakan 2 orientasi. 2 dimensi ini teori perilaku. Jadi tinggi hubungan manusianya itu hangat, komunikasinya bagus, itu adalah people oriented. Tapi kalau task oriented banyak memberikan tugas, merancang dengan bagus, itu adalah task oriented. Kalau dua-duanya ini kita sebut dengan integrated. And the results so indicated that the integrated leadership and people-oriented leadership is very effective to improve the teacher moral. Okay. Then we conducted the research, use the transformational leadership. We use the structural equation modeling, structural effect of the principal transformational leadership on the teacher work motivation, teamwork effectiveness, and the school improvement. Using 4 variables. At first, the transformational leadership, and second, the teacher work motivations, and third, the team effectiveness, and fourth, the school improvement. And we find that transformational leadership significant influence all the variables. Teacher work motivation, teamwork effectiveness, and the school improvement. Significant. But that variable that have the high correlations is the school improvement. So that if the principal use the transformational leadership, can improve the school as the organizations. Of course, the transformation also influence the teacher work motivation, also influence the teamwork effectiveness, but the variable that have the highest coefficient is the school. And there is an indirect effect from the teacher work motivation to the school through the variable of the teamwork effectiveness. So that very effective. If the principal use the transformation leadership, they will manage school well and achieve the effective school. Based on the research, we can give the suggestion to all of the principal. If want to improve the school, must use the principal, must use the transformational leadership. Okay, and final, this is we conducted this semester use of online communication media as a student learning tool in college and its effect on the achievement of students. In the pandemic and the COVID-19 pandemic, we know that we cannot use the offline interactions because we must effort to shift from the pandemic. We must do the social distance, physical distance. So all the campus and school use the online communication media in teaching and learning process. But we must know how do the students use the online communication media in the teaching and learning process. How does the effectiveness of the using online communication media in student learning activities? How the frequency and the effectiveness of using online communication media effect on the student achievement? There are still become questions, so that we must do research about that. And the recent results, we find there are more than 40 kind of the social media that used by teacher, by lecturer, and the teaching and learning process by students and learning. This is the most dominant is use the WhatsApp, and second email, and third website, and fourth YouTube, fifth Sibajar, and sixth quizzes at Moodle, and so on. We know from the results that which the media social that often used by students, about that. And we try to study about that, and from the some activity, we define 5 activity: instructional process, discussion, learning resources, doing task, and all. Jadi saya coba mempelajari dari untuk kegiatan apa saja tentang impact ya. There are differences between one media and the other media. For example, WhatsApp. Students more use the WhatsApp for instructional process and discussion and doing that. But Google says the student use the social media more for learning resources. There is a different using of social media. And about the other social media, for example, Google Meets, more used by students for instructional process and discussion, but low in the learning resources and doing tasks. Website, more used by students for learning resources, but low in the instructional process and discussion. So that we know there are some using of the social media, the learning and teaching process. I think as the same, Google Classroom, more for the instructional process and discussion and doing tasks, but low in the learning process. Sibajar, more in the instructional process, discussion and doing tasks, but low in the learning resources. Google Scholar, yeah, more in the learning resources. But now in the instructional process, discussion, being passed, and others. So that if we calculate all of the social media, all of the social media more used by students is in instructional process, and second, learning resources, and that discussion, and fourth, doing tasks, and others. This is the conclusions. The effectiveness up to the student opinions that the social media is the most effective is the most effective social media is Google Search, second email, that Google Classroom, the fourth Zoom, Google Scholar, and quizzes. Saya ada beberapa yang menurut para mahasiswa itu yang paling efektif. Ini adalah Google Search itu paling efektif. Digunakan untuk membantu dalam proses belajar ini. Dan email, Google Classroom ini menurut mereka yang paling. Based on the results, we can follow up so that we can improve our instruction process better. Based on the results. And when I correlate between the frequency of use of online communication media and suggestions about the effectiveness of using online communication media, there are no significant correlations with students. No significant. So that student achievement depended on the frequency of use online communication media or effectiveness of using online communication. Why? This is the first research. Would like to follow up the continue the research to the other research again to find about the findings. Okay, I think it's finished. Yeah? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Terima kasih, saya kira sudah cukup yang saya sampaikan, dan itu hasil-hasil riset yang saya lakukan, dan itu bermanfaat kita di dalam mengembangkan pembelajaran yang berkualitas di era Society 5.0. Nah, kita bisa menyesuaikan dengan alat-alat yang ada, dengan kondisi dari human yang kita ada. Terima kasih, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Prof, tentu bunch of thanks for your sharing, Prof. It's an amazing presentation. Now we will open Q&A for all participants. If you have a questions, you can write by chat in this room or chat us privately. And there are a lot many questions. The first from the Sakjanawati, Prof. The questions is what the effect of technology 5.0 for the education?
Yeah, I think very useful. If we see about the industrial revolutions, we can divide the become of five step. Yeah, revolution, industrial revolution 4.0 or 3.0. There are development of the computer, automatizations, but interconnected between computer, the 5.0, and after that, personalizations. We use not only in the computer, not only in the device, but we collaborative between device and the human. So that's very useful. We can do everything in the education. For example, we can use the instructional media that very effectively to improve the student. For example, we can use the online communication media so that we can develop the student more fast. I think faster. Saya kira banyak manfaatnya ya. Alat-alat yang kita gunakan itu pengembangan dari teknologi informasi komunikasi, dan itu bisa digunakan untuk apa? Untuk meningkatkan kualitas media. Tetapi tidak semata-mata kita bergantung pada itu, sehingga dari aspek humannya, manusianya itu yang menggunakan itu, kita menjadi leader, bukan alatnya, tapi kita justru ini sangat bermanfaat sekali. For example, in the instructional media, there are some kind of the instructional media that support by the technology that we can get knowledge faster when we use the technology, information and communication. Jadi banyak sekali manfaatnya, yaitu bisa untuk meningkatkan pendidikan kita harus menggunakan multimedia belajar. Multimedia belajar itu bisa dikembangkan dengan berdasarkan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi. Ini bisa kita lihat dan sekarang ini musim pandemi, kalau tidak ada teknologi menjadi sangat sulit sekali. Tapi kalau ini dengan itu sehingga lebih mudah ya. Teacher and creative and innovative to develop this instructional strategy which supported by the device, technology, communication, and information. Saya kira begitu. Ya.
Okay, next question, Prof, from Oktiana Handini, lecturer of PGSD program Universitas Slamet Riyadi. The question is, how we produce or create a learning activity to the student of elementary school, especially in the pandemic COVID-19 right now?
Okay, thank you very much. Very good. There are some constraints when we use the technology, information and communication. Because not all of the people ready to follow with this, and including about the level of the educations from elementary to high educations. Maybe in the high educations, no problem, but in the elementary, there are a lot of the problem. So that we must know, harus ketahui, there are 3 center of educations. At first in the family, second at school, and the third community. So that we must improve the communication between 3 components. We must communicate with the parents, we must communicate with the community, and that can support the education. Not only depend on the technology, but collaboration and communication between people, I think it's very important to improve the quality of education. Jadi dalam hal ini, apalagi untuk tingkat pendidikan dasar, penggunaan teknologi di masa pandemi ini banyak kendala. Di samping kesiapan dari orang tua kita, mahasiswanya itu, kesiapan dari alat-alat yang digunakan, sehingga harus komunikasi yang lebih intens dengan orang tua sehingga pelajarannya itu bisa berjalan. Maybe school can write about module for the parents. Maybe make the variation in the instructional process, for example, video and so on, so that the parent and the student can follow more easy follow the instructional process. Jadi harus kreatif kita mengembangkan media-media yang bisa membantu orang tua komunikasi itu untuk membelajarkan bersama pada siswa-siswa, termasuk dengan masyarakat kita, yaitu pada terutama jajaran pimpinan di kelurahan misalnya. Itu saya kira itu harus ada kolaborasi sehingga bisa mengembangkan. Saya kira begitu.
Thank you, Prof. And maybe this is the last questions from Bapak Arif Solahuddin. The question is, according to our observation through school accreditation, most of the principals face difficulty in conducting supervision to the teacher. According to your research, what are the causes?
Jadi supervision and not conducted well in the fields, in the fields. This is I find about that. Actually, before I listen about the finding the correlation between technique and performance, I describe about that very low. Lot of principal not do the supervision well. Not only about the frequency, but the principle and roots. A lot of principal can not do the supervision. This is I think this is a very important for me, the information for us. That we can itu kita temukan bahwa supervisi itu memang belum dilaksanakan baik. Temuan saya juga sama. Jadi jenis-jenisnya sekarang yang banyak umum itu adalah kalau supervisi kan divide into three kind, intensive development, collegial development, and safety. Yang banyak adalah intensif. Ada satu kegiatan pelatihan, penataan itu jenis supervisi. Itu yang dilakukan. Tetapi hasilnya itu belum maksimal untuk di follow up. Jadi ini teman saya. Jadi masih rendah. And compare with the Philippines. Saya menggandingkan dengan di Filipina ada dua. Kalau di Indonesia frekuensinya masih lebih baik. Tapi dari penggunaan prinsipnya Indonesia sebenarnya lebih bagus. Yaitu dalam melaksanakan supervisi menggunakan orientasi prinsip humanistik dibandingkan dengan cuman itu saya kira menarik. Ini mestinya itu ke depan supervisi harus menjadi andalan. Kalau mau mengembangkan guru menjadi guru yang profesional, supervisi ke depan itu harus menjadi andalan. Jadi basicnya dari sekolah, bukan dari pusat. Sekolah itu akan mengembangkan. Dan sifatnya tidak intensif, tapi banyak kolegial dan self development. Ini nanti akan bisa. Ya, saya kira. I think it's finished.
Yes, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay, yeah.
This is the end of Q&A that we have. Now, please, Prof, allow me to conclude this discussion today. To improve high-performing school system, schools would have leadership management, practices education, good researchers, and community support. It should be our culture to reach high-performing school. And based on research that Prof explained, it explained that for improving the quality of education, we should give an attention to several things, such as school is as a system, student achievement, roles of teacher, especially development of teacher professionalism and leadership. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you so much for your sharing, Prof. It is so inspiring us. Be healthy, Prof. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Prof.
Yeah, there is a miscommunication and the time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. And permission, I would like to leave, leave from the seminar, because I must follow the examination for the doctor candidate,
It's okay, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Good
warahmatullahi
afternoon.
wabarakatuh. See you when I see you, Prof. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally, this is the end of session for today. Thank you for all invited speakers, distinguished guests, and all participants for joining in this conference. We have today, we can get many benefits knowledge from our speakers.
Bapak Prof. Supriyono gitu.
Moreover, for additional information, please don't forget to join us again for tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. because we still have many experts who will deliver their presentation to us. And next, the certificate will be given by tomorrow after all of participants join our session of conference and fulfill the attendance. Okay, I think that's all from us. Thank you for your participation. We close this session. We will meet again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Untuk semua peserta, boleh leave besok. Jangan lupa untuk join tepat jam 7.30 karena sertifikat akan dibagikan besok setelah acara selesai dan semua mengisi attendance. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow all.